Okay, let's open the public hearing on HB 383. Welcome to housing. I'm going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please all rise. Thank you. And we will call the prime sponsor, Representative Almy.
I want to present the HB 383. It's about condominiums. And since the Housing Committee, I don't think has anybody on it that has been having to deal with this over and over. Muriel, were you on Commerce?
I was on Commerce, yes, when we had condominium.
You're right.
And I still am, but I guess condominium bills are coming here now.
Yes, they're coming here, which was a surprise. A pleasant surprise in some ways, since Commerce passes about half of our stuff. But so I have two things here. One of them is a presentation to the Housing Committee. It's about condominiums in our state and the wide variations in them and the difficulty of on providing law for groups that go from over 1,000 people in one seasonal campground. I think it's about, if I remember correctly, 4,000, to duplexes and quadplexes, where I created the condominium committee, study committee, in 2010. And we had 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans, and we worked together and we figured out everything we thought we wanted to do. And then the next term was the O'Brien years, so the committee went in a very different direction. And the term after that, 2 of the people from that and 2 new people got together and we'd been working for quite a long time trying to figure out how to provide law about governance that would help condominiums to govern themselves. That was my original intent. I run a 22-unit homeowner association, which I was put in charge of 6 months after I arrived 30 years ago, and got out of for 5 years and got brought back because no one else wanted to do it. But I realized that condominiums and homeowner associations, which is what I am, are on a sorry, I've been on colds for 3 weeks. It are small governments. Some of them aren't so small, like Freedom, New Hampshire, which has this 4,000 something, I think it is, unit summer, well, not just summer, but not winter, on essentially campground. And it is a condominium, and it has all of its documents in the Register of Deeds there. But it is a very different animal from 4 people in one quadplex trying to work with each other when one of them hates the others or is hated by the others, or they're fighting about whether they're going to paint and who gets to make the rules. And there is everything in between. There are luxury condominiums. There are low-income condominiums. And the statute, before we got together and started working on it, contained almost nothing about how you vote, on how you make rules, on what acceptable forms of structure are. And on the group that I was usually in provided this structure over the years. But we also realized eventually, because people didn't really know we existed, but every now and then a condominium that was in trouble would find out, and people would come to our committee meetings and talk with us about it. And there is absolutely no way to get, if a homeowners association or a condominium association is run by a manager who controls the board, or is run by a board which consists of 4 or 5 people who appoint their successors rather than have real elections about it, so that you get a clique that has had one particular idea of where the condominium should be going. You've got a lot of people outside of them that disagree with this and can't figure out what to do. The only thing they can do is, at this point still, is to go to the Superior Court and file a lawsuit. That takes, at a minimum, 2 years before you get heard. And it costs about $20,000 10 years ago to do. And during the time that after you filed that lawsuit, in a lot of cases, you're getting persecuted by the board. You're getting fined for things nobody had ever heard of. There was one extreme case of a low-income condominium that was within a project that was going to be developed as non-low income, and they started out with a low-income one, and it was bought by a new developer, and he decided that he didn't want them there. And so there was an elevator. There was a woman who was disabled and had real trouble walking upstairs. The elevator broke down all the time. There was a person who had red paint thrown at her door. In other places, there would be the snowplow would plow straight through your lawn in winter. It can be quite unpleasant. And then there are cases where after a long time of suffering, the people in the condominium decided that they were going to take matters into their own hands. They did a informal vote for a special meeting, and then they managed to get the local police to stand by while they met with the board and the manager, who was the problem, and they undid. They legitimized the special meeting, and then they voted out the board. And the next week, they created a new board, and they voted out the manager. And since then, they've been in great shape. But it's It's a very complex thing because a lot of the condominiums have different kinds of requirements for voting and for other things. A lot of them make sense. What do you do with a 4,000 member spring, fall, summer group that is really there to play in order to get them all even a majority of them to a meeting? And then how do you run that meeting? That's totally different from what everybody else faces. So that is all, and I apologize for saying it, apart from this bill. Because next year I'm going to find some other people to help me, and we're going to bring in again the bill that would allow a quasi-judicial solution to this problem that allows flexibility depending on the kinds of condominium that you've got. And this is based on the Manufactured Housing Board that existed until fairly recently, but was dormant for about 10 years before that. They set up a quasi-judiciary system, which was linked to the judiciary system, and they had people from all of the relevant parts of the problem that were on the board, and they decided cases that were brought to them by mostly, I think a couple of times by the owners of manufactured housing parks, but most of the time by members of those parks. And they had a lawyer on board with them, and they would write up the case afterwards in legal terms, and they would hand it over to the Superior Court. The Superior Courts now have a wide range of cases about everything that could occur in a manufactured housing park, and people just have to go to the website, find the one that fits their situation, and go back to the other side of the complaint and say, see? and that pretty well solves the problem. We really need something like that for condominiums and homeowner associations. The municipal association, for good reason, never helps these groups, but they are small governments. So that's enough about that. 383 is something that we've been struggling, the same idea of flexible law for these groups. The Condo study committee was shut down last year because it had been there for over 10 years, and we were in fact still studying things, but it looked like we were just trying to help on different groups as they came in. And the problem was that that's the way we were learning how to deal with them in a way that we could put into law so that they wouldn't have to keep coming. And we're going to, I'm going to go to with that other bill about that next year. But this one, HB 383 is an attempt to reform condominiums, some of whose voting practices are contrary to the existing law on the books, including the 4,000 unit campground. And last year we passed a bill that defined exactly what voting proxies of different legal types are and are not, because we were seeing confusion that some boards were saying, okay, we can do it this way, because there's nothing in the law about that kind of proxy. And we passed a bill that defined exactly on what different kinds of voting proxies were, and what was not considered to be legal and fair to the community. This year's bill tries to define the permanence and ability to alter the original condominium declaration, which was made by the developer, and which most people think is not alterable, but which in quite a few cases does need some altering, because the developer was thinking more about himself and his control than he was about the community that would follow him. And also the bylaws, which are made partly by the developer and then added to by successive boards and membership votes. And finally, the rules, which some condominiums have rules as well as bylaws, and some don't. My association doesn't. The rules are usually made by the boards alone, but sometimes become the subject of membership rebellions. It's required by law to register the declaration and the accompanying plats with the registers of deeds. And usually the bylaws and amended bylaws are also so registered. A few associations also register the rules. Some associations have amended the declaration, but their developer provided I talked about that already, sorry. I thought it was time to start standardizing, but I now believe it needs a group working on it to make it work for everyone, and we're not there yet. Mr. John Cummings sent you the following suggestions for amendment, which I mostly agree with, but I think maybe I've got someone from his, it says 400, it was 4,000. Unit seasonable condominium in Freedom to come and speak on the other side. And there may be other associations that have come. If some of you would like to work on this issue, including the people behind, I will work with you after a routine decision. Otherwise, this bill dies and we figure out more of how to do it next year. And I wanted to add, I made a mistake on the first paragraph. I wrote this last night after doing everything else I had to do. I was thinking your ranking member is actually on the municipal and county committee. So she is not among you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I went on too long. I'm tired.
Thank you, Representative Almy. Questions for Representative Almy? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Almy, in the bill under Roman numeral 3, the last sentence there says the bylaws can be changed by a simple majority of those present at a properly noticed meeting. Do I understand correctly that you want to see that changed to a majority of unit owners? And is that something that you would want to do after the bill is retained? Or are you planning to put in an amendment to that effect?
Sorry, I'm not planning to put an amendment to that effect because I think that the bill as it is hasn't had enough people looking at it. And what I'd really like to see is if there are enough people here that are interested in the condominium problem, that they'd be willing to work on a study of it during the fall. That is, retain it. If not, then we'll. I think what we're going to be trying most next year is to get that on board for condominium work, because the problem is too big for our law books. We probably
Follow-up
need
question?
a new law book for all of it.
Go ahead. Follow up.
Follow-up question? Thank you. Sorry. You do agree that the bylaw should only be changed by a majority of unit owners?
I am a little conflicted by it. We have a big problem of a lot of condominiums, especially the ones that start to fall apart, are that most of their members live in Massachusetts or Florida or someplace like that. And they just, they get sent on proxies sometimes to vote on something and just told, check the box. That is, say you agree with all of it by the board. Sometimes the board is very good, sometimes it isn't. And there are also a lot of people, my association, we meet twice a year. There are only 22 units, but only about half of the units show up. The others are, some of them are very elderly, some of them are working 20-hour days, and they can come and complain to any of us anytime they want to. 22 units isn't too bad for that. If you've got 100, like my colleague down the road from me, that gets trickier. And if you are you have an apartment building with 1,000 units in it, such as one of the reps a long time ago was in, it can seriously fall apart. If the board isn't being renewed by different people, if the manager is telling them what he thinks ought to happen. In that particular group, it was a problem that the original board, which continued to, every time one of them had to leave, the others of them would decide who was coming on next. And their objective was, first and foremost, to save everybody money. And they did that by not doing any maintenance for years and years and years. And then people started to walk away who had enough money that they could walk away, and the others couldn't. So.
Other questions? Representative Hegner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. So I understand you're talking about these smaller condo complexes that are run by a board of directors. What about the larger ones that hire these management companies, Evergreen, condo management that come in?
Right.
Aren't they the ones managing, making all the decisions? The people that live there really don't have any right to say. I mean, they hire this company, they make the decisions, they handle the bylaws, getting it registered and all that stuff. So just trying to understand, I guess, the difference between the board of directors and then this management company of the large.
There is always a board of directors. The board of directors is supposed to direct the manager on what you're describing. Frequently does happen that the manager directs the board. And that's what happened in the first case that led Chair John Hunt to agree that maybe we do have to do something, because that was the one I described in which everybody got together and forced a new election with a policeman present. And then got rid of the manager, and then came to his committee and described what they'd been through for 13 years. They gave me a copy of a letter they sent 12 years before to John Lynch asking for help.
And he was the person in charge of the management company and not the board of directors.
Oh no, John Lynch was the governor of the state of New Hampshire.
Okay. So who wasn't helping them out? The board, the management association that was in charge
The
of
management
running?
association was playing favorites on who would get their road, their section of road plowed and things like that. They were telling them that certain things were in the law, which wasn't true. In the end, when they got rid of that manager, she was a smaller manager. She only had 2 condominiums, but there was a condominium halfway across the state from them that heard about it and threw her out 2 weeks later. But there are good managers, and there are managers who are sticklers to everything, and which can sometimes cause problems too. But managers are supposed to, and I was trained by the manager of 5 Eastman condominiums when I first came back home. She would hold annual meetings, and there would be discussion, and everybody would talk about what they liked and what they didn't like, and then they would go away, and the board would act on it properly. That on the kind that you're talking about, nobody gets to see who's making any decisions. And those are the ones that we really need. And sometimes they're small. There was one quadplex in which a woman bought in. She was pretty stubborn, and she was an accountant. And she bought in there and discovered that the first developer of the property lived there and had brought in 2 friends, and the friend and she were paying less dues than the woman that they recruited. She spent 2 years fighting it, and then I didn't hear from her again, so I'm not sure whether she moved back to Massachusetts.
Right. Other questions? Representative Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Almy. So I'm trying to, and thank you for telling us a little bit about, what's going on with condos and condo associations in New Hampshire, but I'm trying to wrap my head specifically around this bill, HB 385, and the purpose and effect of this bill. So can you please briefly explain the effect of not recording the rules or bylaws and what problem this is solving specifically?
Yes, well, rules in general, in most places that we've heard of, the rules on if they're created are created by the board itself. And people can come and complain about them if they have meetings. But they don't get officially put in. I'm not sure why the totem pole condominium in Freedom recorded all their roles as well with the Registry of Deeds, which makes them harder to get rid of again. But the bylaws sometimes do not end up in there. It depends on the condominium, but they decide to do what their manager decides to do. There is a condominium in Hanover. I live next to Hanover. which was set up so that the people who with the smaller units would pay the same amount as the people with the larger units. And there was a guy who contacted me and said, "Isn't there a law about this?" And I said, "No." No, that was my involvement. But so it does. Everything to do with condominiums and homeowner associations is variable. That's a difficulty. It's a challenge, but also we need to do something about it because there's fairly decent evidence, not enough, that they're about a sixth of the housed population in this state. And the developers are now concentrating on making apartment buildings for rent because the way the cost of building and such has changed has made it more profitable for them to do that. And they can do it more quickly.
Thank you. Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Representative Almy, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on Representative Bolio's question, is there a difference in the way the bylaws are enforced, whether they are registered with the Register of Deeds or not?
The Register of Deeds does not follow up on this. I had one case that I took care of during the summer that was referred to me by a representative in that town, and it was essentially a ski condominium. So a lot of the people didn't live in it, and it was completely falling apart. I went to the Register of Deeds for her, and I found out that the president, together with the treasurer, with no knowledge from the group, had mortgaged essentially the condominium to a local bank, and then 2 years later, without no idea that it had been paid back, but it must have been paid back, they did the same thing again, but only the president signed it because the treasurer was now no longer a member and was living in South Carolina. That's the kind of messes that things get into. But I don't want to take up too much time because
Yes, I appreciate that. There are other people here to testify. Are there other questions for Representative Almy, Representative Howland?
I'm just trying to follow up on Representative Aaron's question. So would my recourse be if you violated what you thought were the rules just to go to court?
That's the last recourse for all the people that we've talked to because it costs a lot of money and because it takes a lot of time. And while it's taking that time, you become persona non grata.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Chair would like to call on. I'm sorry?
I'll leave that on so that.
Thank you. Chair would like to call on Richard Sweat.
Chairman Alexander, where would you like my testimony?
You have copies for the whole committee? No. We'll take it up here, Congressman. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Well, good morning. My name is Richard Sweat. I live at 26 Vineyard Drive in Stratham, New Hampshire. And thank you for the opportunity to testify against HB 383. Let me introduce myself to the committee. I'm a 17-year resident of the Vineyards at Stratham Condominium. It's an age 55-year older condominium. I have extensive experience in condominium governance and management. I've served 6 years on the board of directors, 4 years as a condominium president, and I serve on many committees that assist the condominium board in maintaining the infrastructure of the condominium. I'm also chairman of the Condominium Leadership Council. I'm a member of the New Hampshire Legislative Action Committee. I have a 33-year career in the financial services industry, and I'm a U.S. Navy veteran. The Vineyards Board, the Condominium Leadership Council, and the New Hampshire Legislative Action Committee think this bill is unnecessary and is an example of changing the Condominium Act because one association may have a governance problem due to the absence of owner participation. Owner participation in condominium associations is a major problem. Today, the owner's lack of participation in condominium governance is widespread, but reducing the threshold for amending condominium declaration and bylaws will place too much authority in the hands of a small group of unit owners. Condominium documents as described in RSA 356B3(6) are designed to provide the rule of law stability to association governance. Condominium declarations and bylaws are filed at the County Register of Deeds representing covenants that run with the land. In fact, RSA 356B35, contents of the bylaws, it says there shall be recorded simultaneously with the declaration a set of bylaws providing for the self-government of the condominium buying association. So bylaws are filed with the declaration. The Vineyards Condominium Association's requirement for changing the declaration and bylaws is a 66 2/3 vote, which is a typical threshold for amending these two documents. Lowering the voting requirements to amend the condominium documents reduces governing stability and unintended consequences of mischievous amendments. The objective of amending Rule 356B35 by inserting a new section called Formal Rules of the Association seems to be to have the rules become, and I quote, the force of law by filing at the County Registry of Deeds. Condominium associations take many shapes, forms, and sizes. I live in an age 55 older community. There are condominiums that have a majority of resident owners. There are condominiums that have renters in them, and there are condominiums that are seasonal condominiums. The owners may come up for a small period of time and they consider it a summer home. Condominiums are elderly housing. They're residential or commercial. They're single units. They're multi-story buildings. There are different common area amenities, clubhouses, pools, tennis, pickleball, basketball courts, open parking and garage parking, elevators and walk-ups, rules for pets, and the list goes on. The nature of these types of rules invites frequent change, and having the rules run with the land due to the Registry of Deeds filing is really not necessary. The requirement to keep the rules current at the Registry of Deeds is an unnecessary burden placed on the Board of Directors, which frankly today are overburdened as it is. The rules can be written so that the first offense may result in a warning letter. Subsequent offenses can incur fines until the offense is remedied. The Vineyard Board of Directors and the Condominium Leadership Council oppose the passage of HB 383. I will also say the Vineyards has term limits, so we don't have Board of Directors going on and on forever and ever. Term limits. You can serve 2 terms, and then you have to not serve on the board again. Thank you very much. Respectfully submitted, Richard Sweat.
Thank you, Mr. Sweat, for your testimony. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sweat. When you referred to a 2/3 vote being a desirable requirement for changing the declaration or the bylaws, were you referring to a 2/3 vote of all the unit owners or a 2/3 vote of owners present at a meeting?
Thank you for that question. The answer is when we talk about an amendment, two-thirds amendment for the declaration, it does require a two-thirds vote of the total unit owners. When you're talking about a change to the bylaws, it requires a 66 and two-thirds vote for the units present at the meeting by either proxy or email.
Follow-up
Go ahead.
question?
Yep.
Can you tell me, do you know why there's a difference between the requirement for amending the declaration and the requirement for amending the bylaws?
I really don't know the answer to that, but if I had to take a guess, the condominium declaration is probably of a higher priority than the bylaws, because the bylaws can be different for each condominium association, because, as I said before, the nature and form of condominiums is not all uniform. There are many sizes and shapes and styles of condominiums.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in to testify. If the documents are not kept at the Register of Deeds, where is like the master copy of the bylaws kept, and how does that work? Who knows who has the latest copy?
Well, the documents, the original documents, are filed with in our case, the Rockingham Registry of Deeds. Now, if at the annual meeting where we decide to amend either declaration or the bylaws, it is the responsibility of members of the board to file those amendments with the Registry of Deeds to make sure that they are a public record. Now, if that is not done, I mean, that would certainly be a fault of negligence on whoever's assigned to do that duty on the board of directors.
Other questions for Mr. Sweat? Seeing none, thank you very much for
Okay,
your
thank
testimony.
you for your time.
The Honorable William Infantine. Come on up.
So formal, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Will Infantine. I've served 9 terms here in the legislature, and I think I've seen every condominium bill that's come up, including all the ones that have come up every year. For some reason, the speaker was angry with me last term and decided that I was going to be the chairman of the Condo committee, so I got to learn even more about some of the things going on. And Susan, Representative Almy, and I did work very well together to get a few pieces of legislation passed, issues that came up in front of our committee. You've heard a lot today about condominium associations, and just to follow up on a few things, I'd like to refer to the bill itself, lines 9 and 10. I guess I really don't care. This is kind of something where if they want to do it, they can do it. But as was stated by Mr. Sweat, the condominium documents and the bylaws are registered. Bylaws are very specific. They deal with major parts of the association. One example of a bylaw change would be a condominium that has basements that were not intended for those basements to be living area. People make them living area, then there's water leaks and what have you, and a lot of insurance claims, and someone decides they should not be living area anymore, so we're going to change that. That's a significant bylaw, which you would usually have 2/3 or 3/4 of the members owners have to agree to this. Whereas rules are simple things. You can't let your dog go to the bathroom over there, and you can't do this, and you can't have a certain flag on a certain day, and all the other things that come up in certain rules. Those rules are usually made by the condominium board itself, or if they're significant enough, such as fines, maybe for violating these things, they would come up in front of the entire board. So I think it would be unnecessary every time there's a rule change, because there are rule changes annually, depending on what happens. You know, no one knew anything about, I remember 4 or 5 years ago was awnings. What are we going to do about awnings? Then it was satellite dishes and all these other things that keep coming up that you don't expect, that you have to change and make rules to. Having to register these makes it very timely, costly, and I'm not sure it really does anything. The question was asked, well, where are these things kept? More often than not, when you buy a condominium, the purchaser will get a copy of these things before. They want to know the bylaws, they want to know the rules before they enter into purchasing an association. It is common to get these things. The board of directors and the management company has to provide them to you. So it's not a secret as to what these things are. So it shouldn't be that difficult for people to find out what these things are. My biggest issue is lines 13 through 18, where we're basically saying it's whoever lines 16 and 18, the bylaws can be changed by a simple majority of those present at a proposed meeting. This was an issue that was brought up in front of Representative Almy and I last year at this committee. There is an association where people just don't show up and they can't get things done. And that's a problem with associations. But that is the nature of the beast. When people don't show up, the board of directors oftentimes is not able to get things done. And that is unfortunate, but it seems to work its way out. And I want to explain another issue that occurred that came in front of our committee last year. A group of very angry individuals in a condominium in Merrimack, New Hampshire came in, and they were very angry because it looks like the management company was too close to the board and things weren't being done and when they were asked for invoices and things, they were always being pushed off. And then lo and behold, my daughter comes home one day and says, "Hey, Dad, my husband and I just bought a condominium in this association." I'm like, "Oh, that's just wonderful. Don't ever ask Dad or anything." Well, she informed me a couple weeks ago that most of the board got kicked out and the management company is going. So it does seem to work its way out. And yes, it is a frustration because we do hear things that are not good. Okay, people take that little sense of power and they do some goofy things in these associations. But we cannot make laws for every single situation. And this group up in Freedom or whatever, where there's so many people, they don't show up. And it's a problem for them. But I'm not sure we can make a law that says only the people that show up. You could have 5 people show up in a 100-unit association and change some of these laws. I'm not sure we need to change the law just for that one organization. And it is unfortunate. One last story, I've served on 4 different condominium boards over the years. And we have one association where Airbnb was becoming a problem. Our documents clearly state you must rent for 1 week. And this is up in Laconia. And a lot of people were renting for bike weekends, both bike weekends. You know how that could be. And so people would just thumb their nose up at the rule. So we wanted to implement a fine equal to like $300 a day, which would be kind of equal to the rent, to kind of say, don't do this. The bylaws say this. The rules say you can't do this. Please don't do this. We could not get a majority of the unit owners to vote for a fine. All right, that's democracy. I was on the board. I wanted the fines. We didn't get what we want. The members said no. That's just the way these things work. It's a small little democracy, and we don't always get what we want. And a couple years later, they stopped doing this so much, and we didn't have a problem. So it would be nice to be able to solve all these problems here in the legislature, but you can't always do so. Lines 9 and 10, I would not agree to the rules. It's just too cumbersome. In paragraph 13 through 18, with all due respect to my colleague, who I got along with very well and enjoyed working with, Representative Almy, I can't support lines 13 through 18 just because it would be too detrimental. And then you'd have a lot of people coming back and say, why did you allow such a small minority of people that showed up to change the rules? So respectfully, I would request that the bill be an expedient to legislate.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last speaker I have is Paul Okuvak.
Hello, everybody. Paul Okanak. It's a nice Polish boy from Western Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's an N. Thank you.
There
I
you
didn't see
go.
that.
Well, how?
He won't tell you this, but he was friends with Mr. Rogers.
Okay.
Well, really, he's my cousin.
Okay.
But I was from Latrobe, Pennsylvania, really. But thank you all for being here. The issue is we're starting to swing things for a vocal minority will start to run the majority. and that's the concern. And I don't know how else to put this, but I do understand where boards get entrenched and management companies get entrenched and the landscaper gets entrenched and whatnot. But I got to tell you, I do this for a living. I've done it for 40 years, and I'm the vice president of Evergreen Management. So with that being said, we run about 300 associations. We have about 30 managers, and we do a pretty good job. It's a profession of perception. We don't produce a widget. So you could have a room full of folks and you've heard different opinions and perceptions of how this business runs. It's never perfect. We are run at the flavor, or if you would, the direction of the board, and the board makes the decisions. We simply follow through with those. Many boards, due to some legislation, are constantly asking for advice on what to do, how to do, to protect everybody at large. And we try to give that advice. If not, you've had some condo attorneys speak before you before that are very entrenched in the business, and we rely on them for the legal assistance. But I can tell you, I've lived in condos for 40 years. I've been on board for well, not about half of that. I say I am on about 300 boards because I'm out many, many nights at meetings and weekends. And it's a wonderful form of democracy. The owners elect the boards. Yes, there's some times when boards are empowering. Yes, there's some times when boards are weak and they rely on management to look at things and help out. But overall, it's a wonderful, wonderful process. And you can see that and see how the momentum is building, because back just about 40 years ago, there were hardly any condos associations in New Hampshire. Now they're just going like crazy. And people are buying into them, and they're not now being segregated, 55 and older and things like that, of which I qualify now. But it's a wonderful process. And what's great about the condo developments is they're all different. And you choose to move into a community that suits your lifestyle. I would not move into an association if it didn't suit my lifestyle. And thank goodness for choices. Because if we didn't have the choice and we do these types of things to make everything universal, there will be no more choices. So I just really want you to respect this, of the vocal minority is now going to be the majority. Very dangerous.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing
No.
none? Thank you. I will say I do live in a condo association run by Evergreen, so
Oh, thank you.
thank you.
I told my wife I'd be here till 5 o'clock. I thought there would be. I don't know what to do the rest of the day.
We're the low drama committee on housing.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for everybody.
Is there anyone here to testify on HB 383? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 383. All right, we're going to be in recess for a few minutes. Okay, it is 11:06. I want to open up the public hearing on HB 410 and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Reed, to introduce the bill and pass us up a pink card when you have a minute to fill that out. Welcome.
I'm in the process of filling it out, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. So, the genesis of the bill before you started with the Special Committee on Housing last term, the first year in which we heard from multiple expert organizations about how we got to our current situation with zoning that we maybe take for granted as just a given. And multiple organizations, both state and national organizations who have expertise in this issue, talked a lot about how zoning came to be what it is today. Essentially, approximately 100 years ago, there was a Supreme Court case, Euclid, that said that zoning was essentially only legitimate in that it was for the health, safety, and general welfare of the community, but not for arbitrary aesthetics, that would be an illegitimate zoning issue. Shortly thereafter, New Hampshire had a Supreme Court case on the same topic that echoed some of the same findings. That one was called Sundin. However, around that time, things like redlining started to become more popular. And it seemed that zoning ordinances followed suit in that they were being geared to keep certain people out of their community and other people in. And some of that was being done through aesthetics or through aesthetics that then added cost to being in that community. So last year, I put in a bill that said any zoning ordinances as it pertains to residential property needed to be in keeping with those Supreme Court cases, the state and the federal Supreme Court cases, and that they had to prove that with the best current scientific understanding that they had to prove that that's what those ordinances were based on. And then working with the former members of the Special Committee on Housing across the aisle, as well as some of the other experts, we came up with this language, which is not where I want it, but if you'll permit me. So essentially, we're creating this concept, an extraordinary restriction on residential property. Yes, towns can do these zoning ordinances and what have you, but to the point that they're getting to the point that they are preventing people from being able to reasonably live, even though they're not hurting other people, they're not damaging health and safety of the community. That's when it becomes an extraordinary restriction. And if an ordinance is an extraordinary restriction, then they need to prove that it's based on the best scientific understanding of what is in the best interest in the health and safety of the community. The reason this is, I think, a good approach and something that's very complementary with some of the other bills that we've heard, because it's broad in that it contains a lot of the same issues: manufactured housing, lot sizes, residential use in commercial zones. However, it is a safety net underneath that, because while those bills, each of those bills that this committee has heard, have been outright prohibitions on those ordinances, towns cannot do this. This is not saying that a town can't do it. It's saying that whatever else we pass, if we pass that you can't and can and what have you, at the very least, at a bare minimum, if you're passing it, you have to show that it's for the health and safety of the community. So I'll go through what we came up with. Again, Phil Sherman helped with this language. The Honorable Josh O'Kella helped with this language. It's not where I want it to be. I would ask, hopefully, that the committee would support a subcommittee on this so that we can get the language where we want it to be. But deadlines being what they were with OLS, it is what it is right now. So minimum square footage on a house, this is something that would provide for tiny homes. We have a building code that says that you have to have at least 200 square feet, which is a 20 by 10 dwelling, which is a nice efficiency. But anything beyond that, it would be an extraordinary. They can do it. They just have to show that there's a reason, a scientific reason for doing it. Lot size requirements over 5 acres per unit. A 5 acre minimum neighborhood is a rural neighborhood. It is. You can have horses. You can have hay fields on a 5 acre lot. Residential use on commercially zoned lots. In commercially zoned lots, I guess, this would just be the use, and this is where we need to get to some better language. One of the places we need to get to better language because it's a little bit confusing how it's worded in keeping with the other items on the list. In-home business use in residentially zoned lots, this is another one that could use some help because it's meant to specifically be for those types of businesses that wouldn't be noxious to anybody else, not something that would be noisy or, burn tires or whatever. But like a little in-home cafe, or let's say you're a therapist and you want to have an in-home office and have clients in your in-home office, or you're an architect or you're a whatever, allowing for that. Fees on variance applications or building permits in excess of $100 for owners who own no more than one property and whose previous year household income was less than 150% of the town median household income. This is basically saying if you're low to moderate income and you need to do something, you shouldn't be fined or have to pay an extraordinary fee in order to get that from the town. Restriction on the amount of time a property owner or someone authorized by the owner may camp on a property. So this is the idea that you should be able to camp on your own land. You own the land, you should be able to camp on it. You should be able to allow other people to camp on it. This is not saying that everyone should be able to camp on any land. You have to have legal access to it. It also, I don't know why OLS put it in a different paragraph, but it's also saying that the number of people shouldn't be restricted as long as it's not below 4 per acre. So this is getting out of, I would be open, for example, to making that so if towns could restrict it for like pay. So like you're allowed to let people camp on your property, but maybe not start a camping site as a business without the town's authorization. So I'm also maybe interested in investigating with some other members of the committee where the appeals process after the ZBA. So those are some of the ideas that I would like to explore in terms of perfecting it. But I think that the intent here is really good because it's very broad, but it's not a direct prohibition. It's getting us back to that original purpose that the Supreme Court set out. Yes, you can have zoning ordinances. No, it can't be because you just want that community and you want to keep certain types of people or you want to have it look a certain way. It has to be for the health and safety of the community. Broad, but not too burdensome on towns. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Reed. Questions? Representative Thaxton.
Hi there.
Hi.
So there's a lot in this bill that I like.
Cool.
But I guess let me share what my concern, and there's some of it that I kind of like, well, I don't know how that would work. But so my question to you, and quite honestly, it covers a lot of things that we see other bills on, which you mentioned. And I almost think it would be better to have one comprehensive bill than a bunch of little bills, one thing here, one thing there, which is what my concern is. In my experience administering these things or dealing with these things as a selectman and as a developer, et cetera, we many times find that we pass RSA XYZ over here, and then we have RSA ZYX over here, and they're kind of on the same subject, and you wind up with a gridlock because they're not worded exactly the same. And so instead of achieving the goal that was the intent, you actually wind up locking things up. So in the process of working on this bill, I think this is in the category of it certainly is a good idea. Have you tried to tie these back into the other RSAs so that there's not a log jam here?
Thank you for the question. And I agree with you that I think it's important for us to get to the whole entire point, because we have this piecemeal, we have all these bills. What about this? What about that? When the whole point is the moving of the goalpost way, way, way beyond what the Supreme Court said 100 years ago. That's the problem. Health and safety and general welfare, as we might be able to define general welfare specifically in this. So getting back to that point with one kind of simple, this is the point of zoning and you shouldn't exceed that, is really good. The reason I don't think this will create a logjam is because this is setting a floor. So for example, if we pass the manufactured home bill, the lot minimum bill, and the residential use and commercial zone bill, all three of those bills, the concepts are contained within here, but this is setting the floor. So while we're saying, if you have that ordinance, you're going to have to prove health and safety. But if we've prohibited that, then you can't even do it at all. So, but if that were to ever be repealed, then we would fall back onto, well, you still have to prove health and safety. So we're setting and that is actually the job whenever we have, for example, federalism with the national government, the federal government, and state governments. The job of the larger governmental entity is to set the floor and then allow the more detailed, granular administration on the smaller level. And in this case, that's municipality.
Go ahead.
So I agree with all the every theoretical thing you said there. I completely and totally agree with. So now we're in the weeds. So we have one bill that says, well, you can't have a lot size requirement greater than 22,000 square feet. 22,000 square feet. Then we have then in this bill, we're talking about, well, you can't say you can't require a lot size greater than 5 acres.
You can, you just have to prove that you need to do that for health and safety.
Right, or whatever. Or you might happen to have one and it doesn't require that you subdivide it either. You're talking about subdividing down. And so that's fine. My question is, so as an example, if I'm considering that we have people on planning boards and boards of adjustment who are absolutely volunteers in our small towns, and we've spent more time talking about this here this morning than they're going to spend in their entire life, but they're going to make a decision on it. Is it going to be clear to them that they can't deny somebody the right to have a 5 acre or have 5 acre zoning, or that conversely, that they can't deny the right of a 22,000 square foot lot because it says someplace else that they can require a 5 acre. I mean, I've been in so many of these battles over the last 40 years.
Right.
And they're not always right, but if we craft the bill in such a way that anybody can get it on the first reading, that's my concern.
Sure. And I appreciate that concern. A lot of times it requires referencing anything we talk about requires referencing multiple places in law, unfortunately. So this is meant to be, as I said, a safety net. If we then, so basically, look, it's not prohibiting anything. It's just saying you have to prove it if it's this. And then if we then go back and say, actually, you're not even allowed to do that at all, that's a really clear RSA in a different location, admittedly. Now, if you want to help me with language and somehow get to those other sections of law and maybe reference back to this in each of those sections, if we pass the other bills that are covering the same topic, referencing back to this just to make it super clear for anyone who's reading those sections that this would also apply, then that's fine. Or whatever you might want to come up with. I think the point is, I think the intent for the majority of the vast majority of the committee is the same, and I think that there's language here to get to the heart of what's really going on with the problem here.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, that's good. The other thing that I have a concern about is that we have a couple of references to undefined empirical data. And so that sort of concerns me. Is empirical data Google? Is empirical data some statistic, the United States Department of Commerce? I think that my concern is that that's ill-defined, And I'm sure we would all agree that we could find a statistic to prove almost anything. So, you know, I think that's an open door for confusion or danger or simply not achieving the goals of the bill. So have you given any thought to
So my first,
tightening that little loose nut down a little bit?
sure, my first language last year on this said best current scientific understanding, and then I think there was some references to like basically federal organizations. So you're right that I think the point, the minimum, the lowest thing I can ask for is for them to be aware, them being whoever is, you know, the towns, to be aware that this is, you cannot exceed health and safety. If they then try to go by disingenuous means to try to say, yeah, it's health and safety, that's a problem. But at least we've said, look, show your work. Having said that, I'm very happy to strengthen this even further. And if it means defining what empirical evidence is, the process is the same though, right? So they say, here's the empirical evidence, and then first that goes to the ZBA, and then after that, it may be appealed further. That's when I was talking about, what's that? So, I mean, the actual zoning ordinance would be through the planning board, but when someone says, actually, your ordinance is not, then you go to the ZBA.
You go to the planning board would say, no, this doesn't conform with our rules, and then you go over to the ZBA and say, sorry. You'd go to the planning board first, even if you think the rule is wrong, and say, here, you're wrong, I want this permit based on X, Y, and Z, and then presumably they would turn you down, and then you would go to the ZBA. And under current law, your next step is to go to Superior Court, where something like 92% of ZBA decisions are thrown out when you get there. But that's a long and expensive
Well, and
road.
there's also the Housing Appeals Board and other areas to do.
And this is what I was saying is maybe there's room to work on either a specific appeals process for this or something else falling under a different category. But my point is I want to make sure that appeals process is intact. So even if we didn't have, we could probably try to define empirical evidence as strongly as we could try. And there may be a town somewhere that would try to disingenuously say, haha, this is proof, right? When we all know it's not. So that's why the appeals process, regardless of how we define this, the appeals process is really important.
Representative Howland.
Yeah, I kind of want to follow up on that as well, because in order for the ordinance to have passed, it's going to have to go through the planning board, and then the legislative body is going to have to pass it. Well, you know, the legislative body is, in most towns, if you're SB2, that's your whole community, which is going to be the people who are on the planning board and on the ZBA. And you're going to have this ill-defined thing of empirical evidence. I just don't see how that's going to work very well. I think that in terms of your saying the system could be gamed, well, the people who are passing the ordinance are judging the ordinance. So I just how you're going to appeal it, I think needs to be flushed out more.
Well, that's exactly why. I mean, that wasn't actually a question to me, but I'll treat it as a question. No, I'll treat it as a question. That's exactly why I said I would like to see this committee, in addition to addressing tweaks in the language and the other points, to really hammer out a very solid appeals process that's accessible to people. And open, by the way, to anyone who wants to say, hey, this town, I may not have a project that's running against it, but this town has actually passed one of these extraordinary restrictions, and they didn't provide the evidence, or we think the evidence is BS. Is that allowed in testimony? I did want to kind of piggyback on that and go to another strength of this approach, which is we've spent considerable time, and I understand that we probably have amendments for all of the bills in question, the manufactured housing, the lot minimum, and the residential use and commercial zones, where we're really trying to get to these details. And we're like, oh my gosh, these details are very burdensome. These details are, how do we define like a commercial versus industrial, and residential use versus residential building? And, we're trying to really get in the weeds. The beauty of this is in this format, we are doing our correct job by setting a floor and allowing the towns to get into the weeds. So all I have to do is say residential use of a commercial zone is an extraordinary restriction. Then they can say, okay, but this is a fine use of the extraordinary restriction because it's a paint plant. and creates noxious fumes, or this is a fine reason to use the extraordinary restriction. They just have to show their work. That's literally all we're asking. Basically, that's all this is saying. The state is asking the towns, look, you can do what you want, but you have to show that it's in keeping with the point of zoning. You have to show your work, and I don't think that's too much of an ask.
Representative Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative Reed. Just to echo some of the comments earlier, I think this is this bill and this idea has an extraordinary amount of merit. So I really like that this goes to the root and it goes to, the original purpose of zoning ordinances. My question is, in terms of, making the local legislative bodies show the work for the justification of, whatever the zoning restriction is, doesn't this in a way make the task of the other branches of government easier, because it, really focuses in, at the town level, and the actual zoning ordinances focuses in on showing the work and the reasoning behind, but then it also leaves behind regardless of what the appeals process is, it leaves behind a written record and a reasoning for whatever judicial review process to go back and take a look at to see, and correct me if I'm wrong, but see that this is all comporting with what the actual legal framework is, which is health and safety.
You're absolutely right. In fact, that's why we have things like minority reports and majority reports in our legislative body, in order to leave a record of our legislative intent for future judicial review. So this is operating in that same framework. And you're also correct, as I said, when you have the very intentional design, it's essentially a type of check and balance. Federalism between the country and the states, but also the state versus municipality. You have a system where you have two levels of government, so that helps to create a check on tyranny on either level. We've seen it, maybe it may be stretching the word, but this kind of what we perceive as a type of tyranny on the municipal level. And now the state is stepping in and say, actually, you can't go all the way there. You can only do health and safety. And so by keeping that balance in place, what we've seen is that when we're trying to do this, we're trying to get into the weeds on manufactured housing. And is it like any kind of non-stick built, or is it, 3D printing, or what are we're getting kind of far afield of our job. We're supposed to be setting that floor. The granular details are for the smaller levels of government. But when we're trying to do these kind of heavy-handed prohibitions, which I'm not against and I've repeatedly voted for, we're struggling, all of us, to find the expertise to go into that granular level on these issues. Whereas this leaves that open. We're just saying, look, we don't care what you do as long as you don't do this. And that is the correct balance between the two levels of government.
Perfect. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Brody DeShays. Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are in opposition to House Bill 410 as it's currently written. First thing I want to state is Planning Board is not cited once in this bill. Only legislative body. The legislative body is the voters. So our interpretation of this entire bill is that the legislative body, before it adopts any kind of zoning ordinance or amendments to their zoning, at town meeting, that someone from the legislative body would have to provide an undefined empirical evidence published by a nonpartisan source. There's a lot of interesting, quote, nonpartisan sources out there. I bet many of you are aware with them that you agree and disagree with, so just throwing that out there. Also, the term aggrieved person in the statute cited, RSA 676:5, would be, first, that's not the right statute to cite, because that specific section of law only defines applicant and abutter. There's a separate statute, and I can't remember what the number is for it, the RSA, that does cite during the appeals process an aggrieved person. But essentially, our interpretation would be anyone who believes the evidence and the findings by someone who's a member of the legislative body that they don't agree with it could essentially stop that zoning ordinance or amendment from being adopted. these planning and zoning ordinances are debated or amended at town meeting or in SB2 communities. So I'm not even sure when the public body would get the opportunity to present to the rest of the public body and the governing bodies this, undefined empirical evidence. Again, legislative body is a term for the voters in a community. It's not the term that we usually use in state statutes and the RSAs for planning boards. Usually you would cite either the planning board, how it's defined in the RSAs, or you might use a more open term like a local land use board, which is also defined in the RSAs. I pointed out that lines 8 through 12, anyone could prevent the public body's will to amend the zoning ordinances. Appealing to the zoning board, a entire zoning ordinance to be adopted is very unreasonable expectation of the zoning board. I mean, their job isn't to interpret whether or not the will of the voters is right or wrong. Their job is to interpret zoning in a community and whether or not to grant variances or, special use permits or other things of that nature. So that would be a huge change and expansion of ZBA's power. This bill would essentially halt municipalities from adopting or amending any zoning ordinance. And I'll also mention even those that would greatly incentivize housing if one person decided, I'm an aggrieved, it's not defined in state law, but I don't want any changes ever. I'm going to make my ZBA determine whether or not the public body should be allowed to make these changes. And I also want to go on record and say that zoning is more than just health and safety. General welfare is also a reason for zoning. In the existing statute, RSA 674:17, that provides all the reasons why municipalities may want to do zoning and to have some of these reasonable regulations that promote smart and effective development in their communities. I also want to point out that some of these, what are defined as extraordinary restriction of residential property would restrict usages of existing property. Like, for example, lot size requirements above 5 acres per unit. Municipalities need to have larger lot sizes for agricultural uses. That's to promote the general welfare and the health and safety of communities and to allow farms to have the space to farm without, impacting abutters and abutters having to go and basically, be upset with any farms in their area. This also kind of establishes a camping by right as long as it's not more than 4 people. Municipalities have an interest to kind of prevent camping even on private property due to health and safety. And again, I've mentioned in previous testimony the issues with residential use in commercially zoned lots or allowing in-home businesses use in residentially zoned lots. There's several health and safety issues that I mentioned on my long testimony. I believe it was House Bill 631 that would have allowed residential use by right in commercial districts. So with all of that, for this bill to even work and be implemented in a municipality, it needs a major overhaul. And just the premise we're also against, because you're basically tying the hands of municipalities and their voters from adopting, again, reasonable ordinances for the health, safety, and general welfare of their communities to promote smart, reasonable development. With that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shays. Can you give me an example of when a non-empirical evidence is unreasonable, providing non-empirical evidence is unreasonable for municipalities?
In regards to adopting a zoning ordinance, in
Yes.
regards to adopting a zoning ordinance.
If you could give me an example in which providing non-empirical evidence or empirical evidence would be an unreasonable thing.
I think requiring it is unreasonable. I think it is because there are times where there are certain aesthetic values that are immeasurable. And there could be several other cases where it's like, 5 acres. How do you exactly determine the acreage that's good for a farm and preserving the character of an agriculturally zoned area? There is some subjective things that voters determine how they want their communities to look. I mean, we can't deny that. But what we can say is that ultimately it's best for the voters to determine how they want their different zones to be zoned, the kinds of regulations that they have there. And usually most of the time they're going to use some kind of evidence in their findings, especially if it's like a variance or something. The ZBA has to, there is that paper trail. They say, these are our findings for how we're going to grant this variance, X, Y, and Z. Our planning board, when it adds contingencies for development, says, these are the reasons why we're adding these contingencies. And sometimes there are aesthetic things where it's like, this sign based on our sign ordinance, it doesn't fit. in our sign ordinance is to preserve the historical character of like a historic village district. We had an issue that happened with that in the town of Wolfboro with Hunter's Shop and Save being rebuilt. The sign was much different than what had historically been there and would have impacted the historical value of the downtown district. And people visit Wolfboro because it's a beautiful downtown district. And it helps our property values too, that people like to come to Wolfboro and want to live in Wolfboro. So, that's kind of an immeasurable thing, though. I can't show you how my property value or how neighboring property values would be directly impacted, but I know it will be. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did point out in your testimony some of the language in the bill that I think rightly and other members of the committee have pointed out could use some revision or could use some tweaks. But let's really go to like the spirit of this legislation, which is showing your work. I mean, towns. This bill is not taking away a town's ability to pass a zoning ordinance. It's only requesting that if you're going to do that, to go ahead and show your work. So is the municipal association, is it opposed to the idea of towns having to explain the reasons why they are passing zoning ordinances?
I think it's extremely unreasonable to expect the legislative body to have to explain itself, and especially pinning it onto one or two individuals that would actually do the research for that. I mean, there's a difference between how planning boards and ZBAs operate and whether or not they're going to grant a variance, or how they do, site plan review and everything, and how they approve a development, and how they, post their because they add their contingencies in their motion, the requirements, and they, there's debate and it's mentioned in the meeting minutes what they discussed, and the planner keeps it with some of the building documents, and the ZBA has to, they show their findings as to why they deny or approve a variance. Same case in Wolfboro with Hunter's IGA. They had to grant a variance so then it could have the parking lot in front of the building rather than the building be right up against Main Street. And they posted findings about how it would have impacted not just the ability of the developer to rebuild what's a really important grocery store in our town, but also the historic look of our downtown area, our kind of our dense downtown area. So, these things are being done, but this bill is written as essentially saying that someone from the public body, the voters, someone like myself, or yourselves, when you go to your town meeting, would have to justify why the entire public body is voting to adopt an ordinance, even if it's making it so it's easier to develop in a community. And then one person who considers themselves aggrieved could basically nullify that and force the ZBA to determine whether or not that was a legitimate zoning ordinance that should have been considered by the public body. So I hope that answers your question. I mean, we're kind of talking about two different things, and this bill is trying to do one thing and using a completely wrong terminology in its attempt to do it, which would ultimately undermine local control and the voters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So kind of my follow-up, and one of the reasons why I personally really like the idea of the community showing its work is you talked about, the community, deciding how it looks. And one of the things that I'm extremely concerned about is a community not deciding so much how the buildings in the community look, but deciding what the people in the community look like, And as someone of French Canadian descent, historically in northern New England, people, who had last names like mine were excluded from certain places in certain communities. So with the legislative body not having to show its work, can you suggest something that we could, some kind of tweak or something to make sure that these zoning ordinances are not being passed for reasons which would implicate fair housing violations, which would have a disproportionate impact on certain protected classes and categories of people?
I'm not aware of any zoning or planning ordinances that are currently in violation of fair housing. I think the zoning districts and the regulations they have for them they're the same for everyone who wants to move into that zoning district or wants to develop in that zoning district. It's a fair and equal playing field, and ultimately the voters are the ones who determine what the zoning ordinances will be in a community and how each district is to be developed. And that's probably the best place for the decision to be made ultimately, is with a planning board working with a town planner or a circuit rider to develop smart, reasonable zoning ordinances and to present them to the voters to justify them and to look for the voters' approval or at times disapproval. Wolfboro, we had one year where we voted down every single planning and zoning ordinance. That's how we felt that year. So, some years they all pass pretty, it's dependent by town too. So ultimately, and also this assumption that there isn't a paper trail that planning boards and zoning boards they do have that, and that's to legally protect themselves as they're trying to implement the zoning ordinances and to interpret them based on the will of the voters. And so they do keep that paper trail. And as Representative Thaxton mentioned, it's for when there's appeals, right? When there's an appeals either to the ZBA or appeals to the Superior Court or to the Housing Board. So, again, this is a pretty complicated issue, and to try to address it in one bill and make the public body have to justify its votes is very difficult. It's very unwieldy. I'm not sure how any town could possibly implement this properly without someone basically finding this loophole and using it to stop any zoning ordinances from being adopted or amended.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify this morning. I have two questions. And the first one is that you mentioned a concern that the bill refers to the legislative body of the municipality, but doesn't mention the planning board in reference to providing empirical evidence. But couldn't the legislative body have the planning board or someone from the planning board provide the empirical evidence? And if that's so, why is that a problem?
The planning board is a governing body. It's not a legislative body. They're two distinctly different things. So by having the governing body present the empirical evidence, which is undefined, it wouldn't be the legislative body. Now, I guess you could say theoretically they could collect all this empirical evidence and then provide it to someone who's a member of the legislative body to provide it to everyone else, but we're not sure where a forum would exist because these planning and zoning amendments aren't, especially in SB2 towns, they're not debated at the town meeting. So I'm not sure where there would be a proper venue to even discuss whether or not these empirical findings are legitimate. And, ultimately then you have this aggrieved party that isn't mentioned. I mean, they cite RSA 676:5 Roman 1, but that terminology, aggrieved party, isn't used anywhere in that statute, the entire 676:5. It's just, I'm not sure how you could make this bill work as it's currently written. It's a very unworkable piece of legislation. And we see the intent and we still disagree with the intent, but just for the committee to understand, we wouldn't know how to tell a municipality to do this because it's just not possible.
Follow up on the first question?
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. You mentioned that there would be no way to get this information out in an SB2 town, but couldn't it be mailed out to the voters?
I guess theoretically you could create a mailing requirement and the taxpayers could pay for, why zoning amendments are being adopted to be mailed out. But then again, the ballot in SB2 towns, there's a statutory requirement that they explain what the zoning or the planning amendment is doing, right? There's an explanation and it has to be understood by kind of in layman's terms. So that kind of is already done if someone goes and reviews the ballot and becomes a knowledgeable voter and understands what exactly the zoning amendments are that are being presented to them that they ultimately will be voting on.
So couldn't the evidence be part of that explanation on the ballot?
I know I can speak from personal experience as someone who's a member of the legislative body in Wolfboro, is that every year our planning board has an information session. It's coming up, I want to say this Wednesday or Thursday, and they explain why they're making each zoning amendment change. They record it and they put it on the town's website. That's something, different communities have different capacity to do those types of things. But I wouldn't recommend putting the explanation of, quote, undefined quote, empirical evidence on the ballot. The ballots would end up being could be hundreds of pages long.
My second question is about the 5-acre provision, and that is that the bill would say that the municipality has to provide evidence if it's going to require anything larger than 5 acres. And you mentioned that 5 acres isn't big enough for a farm. But the fact that that the town can't require a lot to be larger than 5 acres, does that prevent a farmer from buying a lot or buying several lots and putting them together as a farm to be bigger than 5 acres?
That's a good question. I'd have to do some more research on that, but I'm not entirely certain. There are many people who are trying to buy a bunch of lots in a residential area to create a farming, a farming enterprise, to start a farm. And I'm not sure what the rules are. I would probably guess, to my best assumption, that there's probably rules in local municipalities for how you can combine lots. And they're probably governed what those rules are, some level by state RSA, but I can't speak exactly to that. I wasn't anticipating that question this morning.
Aren't we talking about rural farming areas and really about one person buying a farm from someone else or a family buying a farm from another family? And that farm could be as big as necessary. The fact that the town can't require it to be bigger than 5 acres, how does that prevent the farmer from having a farm that's bigger than 5 acres?
So that wouldn't be a change of use, and it would probably be already existing in an agriculturally zoned area where it's permitted if there was already a farm there. The concern would be if someone was in an area that permitted farming in the zone, and all of a sudden the community can't require lot sizes larger than 5 acres, but it's advantageous to require 10-acre lot sizes for the farm because based on the farming practices that are done in that community, that's this amount of area necessary to have a farming enterprise where it doesn't impact the abutters in a negative way, where the abutters are making complaints and complaining about, an example might be in a lot of farms, they have a lot of runoff, and a lot of that runoff has high amounts of different, really, it can smell, and the runoff can pollute neighbors' well water, can pollute, groundwater on neighboring lots. So having larger lot sizes for farming is important for protecting community health and the abutters' health and the property values of the abutters. There's been examples where people have tried to farm on lot sizes that are significantly smaller than what's probably required for the type of farming they're doing, and where people go to the town and complain about, different health issues and different smells that that are coming from the farm that's impacting their lives and their private property.
Thank you. Representative Dumont and then Daxton.
Just one quick question to your point. Can you explain to me why a municipality would need to tell its residents that and why the residents wouldn't be able to figure that out on their own?
You'd be amazed how often people buy land or buy homes sight unseen and haven't actually done their due diligence to see, one, if the lot can even be developed, whether or not it's on a class 6 road or a class 4 or 5 road. There's several reasons why, and why people might not do their due diligence to understand the lot that they're buying and what uses are permitted there and how it's allowed to be developed. But the municipalities, their concern is that they're putting regulations in different zones for the communities to protect health, safety, and the general welfare, and to basically promote smart and reasonable development.
Go ahead.
So a follow-up. So what you're saying is that the municipality knows better than the property owner?
No. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the municipality is trying its best to balance the needs of property owners and the general community to promote health, safety, and welfare, and to adopt ordinances so then the development doesn't impact other property owners negatively. It's trying to balance the rights of property owners. That is the goal, and to promote health and safety and the general welfare of the entire community. So it isn't one property owner that's doing development at the expense of everyone else, especially those who are already existing, peacefully on their lots that are zoned for the current usage that they're using it for.
Representative Thaxton.
So I share, as I said earlier, I share your concerns. I don't hate the bill. I think it's a basket full of interesting or good ideas. I disagree with you about the 5-acre aspect. I go back to what Representative Gibbs said. I don't see how The fact that I can't have bigger than a 5 acre doesn't mean couldn't have a 50 acre. And I think it's important for the committee to understand, one of the things we have 176 towns in this state, a whole bunch, a whole lot. And everybody's got a little bit different zoning and a little bit different take on it. So, and in my towns, the 2 towns I represent, we still have traditional town meeting.
Yep.
And if there was no fix on this in this past, which I think it needs some fixes, your point is you don't know how the town would handle this. Well, in an SB2 town and in a town meeting format, you have a joint budget and town warrant hearing. It's a town warrant, which includes the zoning changes a month or so before the town meeting or the vote. And that's where you would hear, as we did in my town last week, the proposed zoning changes, if anybody cares, which oftentimes they don't. So Mike, I think that's a simple thing, and maybe it needs to be spelled out more clearly in the bill. But I think it's important to understand that in my town, there's no zone that either explicitly allows farming or disallows farming. You want to have a farm, knock yourself out. And to the further point, just because somehow we got on the subject of farming, under the current New Hampshire law, if you own a piece of land that is less than 10 acres, but you generate the majority of your income from agricultural means, you can have a 1/4 acre lot in current use, rather than in the rule is normally 10 acres or more. So there's a lot of variations that I think we need to be conscious of in what we do here, because we don't want to mess things up. I do have concerns, as I said earlier, I do have concerns about the bill. I think some of the ideas are really good. I think some of them are less so, your point, I think, is really the point I was making earlier. In terms of the current system of local governments that we have in New Hampshire, which there's about 50, we need to make sure that we structure this in a way that the implementation doesn't make it more complicated or confusing, and make it clear who's supposed to do what. The point you make of one individual tying up all the zoning in town forever, while I would hate to think that that's true, you could at least tie them up for 6 years in court, proving getting proved that you were wrong if you were really motivated. So,
Was that a question?
that was what do you
All right,
think?
I think we're like, this is going on longer than I expected it to. So are there any other questions, or can we move on? Mr. DeChase, thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
your
Appreciate all the questions.
Samuel Hooper. Welcome back. Just turn the mic on, please.
Chair Alexander, Vice Chair Cole, members of the committee, it's an honor to be back before you today. Again, my name is Samuel Hooper. I'm Legislative Counsel with the Institute for Justice, a non-profit civil liberties law firm that works nationally to work on issues of economic liberty and property rights. We have a zoning justice project specifically that fights to try and end the kind of exclusionary zoning that we see across the country that can limit property rights and it contributes to the housing crisis. IJ is supportive of this bill. We think that there's some wordsmithing to be done potentially, but we're very admiring of the intent behind this bill because it introduces the rigorous standard, a more rigorous standard of review for zoning ordinances that impose extraordinary restrictions on property rights. And by requiring municipalities to actually show they're working to justify some of the restrictions that they impose on property rights with empirical evidence and show a necessity for those regulations based on health and safety. This bill kind of mirrors what in the judicial process, we have the concept of strict scrutiny, whereby if there is an infringement or a restriction on a fundamental right, the government has to show a compelling government interest in having that restriction in the first place, and also show that that restriction is narrowly tailored to the least restrictive means of achieving what the government's goal is. At the moment, strict scrutiny tends to be reserved for, core fundamental rights. So you look at issues to do with race, for example. It currently doesn't extend to property rights, and in the world of property rights, a much more lenient standard of review exists, rational basis review, where pretty much anything the government says, the court has to defer to and take at face value. And we see this just writ large with the kind of restrictive zoning ordinances we see around the country that can be quite preposterous, not at all rooted in health and safety in any way, but just have to be waved through by the court because they're not allowed to, exercise any additional kind of review. We like this bill because it kind of approaches the issue from a high-level top-down perspective. So we think it's great to have more granular bills looking at minimum lot size, looking at manufactured homes, residential and commercial. All of that's good, but sometimes it's also good to go back to first principles. Like we're big on that at the Institute for Justice. We've seen a similar bill actually currently make quite a lot of progress in Montana, where they're famous for their Montana housing miracle. They've done a lot of work on bills. Unfortunately, this bill, I think it was Senate Bill 146, having passed the Housing Committee, it then failed on the Senate floor in a very close vote. There was quite a lot of coordinated opposition from some of the municipal leagues, but it did a similar thing. It tried to take that concept of strict scrutiny and just tell towns and cities, look, show your work. If you want to restrict property rights, then just show how this is actually tied to something that's not just a backhanded way to stop certain people, certain types of housing from existing in a community. It's not an onerous requirement at all. And in fact, it could potentially save cities work because by doing this work of justifying the zoning ordinance up front once and getting, judicial confirmation that that's a valid ordinance, you then save yourself having to fight the same appeal 100 times when different aggrieved property owners then come up and try to dispute it. So we think it's better, more efficient use of government resources as well to do that work up front. So again, I commend this bill to the committee. I think it could be very good. I think it would be worth more exploration of some of the specific clauses in the bill to make sure that they do achieve their desired effect. But we very much like how this interacts with the other bills, actually. We think that establishing that floor of basic property rights is really good. And then the more detailed bills that go into minimum lot size and other things can serve as supplementary to that. So again, thank you very much for my testimony. I'm very happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Are there questions? Representative Bolio.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Given Institute for Justice and my familiarity with it in terms of it does quite a bit of litigation and things like that regarding, like you said, economic liberty and property rights. I would presume that Institute for Justice would be quite familiar with different appeals processes and things like that. Would it be possible to maybe submit, you mentioned wordsmithing or tweaking some of the things with this bill. I think one of the concerns is the appeal process. Would Institute for Justice be willing to maybe submit any kind of proposed tweaks or ways that the appeals process for this particular bill could play out?
Absolutely. In the course of our litigation, we've had a lot of experience in different states and municipalities, and they all vary slightly. But I would be more than happy to, based on our research, to provide some supplementary testimony to the committee to suggest some potential improvements in that area.
That'd be great. Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone else here that's planning on testifying on HB 410? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 11:58. So we will be in recess until 1 o'clock. I want to invite my colleagues down to the State House cafeteria. There's free lunch there by the Bipartisan Housing Caucus that Representative Page and I work on. Free lunch and maybe, conversations about housing. So we'll keep the party rolling if you'd like to be there. So we're in recess till 1 o'clock. It's depending on the amount of people that show up. Okay, the time is 1:01 p.m. I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 457, and I'll recognize a co-sponsor to introduce the bill, Representative Sam Farrington. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sam Farrington. I represent Rochester Ward 4, and I'm here today to introduce House Bill 457. Some might call it the Frat House Bill. Before we talk about the bill, it's important to know the background behind the bill and why we're here today. Right now, across the state of New Hampshire, at least 7 municipalities have certain zoning ordinances that limit the number of unrelated people living together in a single-family home. College towns like Durham, especially Durham, have adopted a 3 unrelated rule, meaning no more than 3 unrelated people may live in the same single-family house. It doesn't, you don't have to be a genius to understand that this restricts the supply of housing, but also equally important, it infringes on the property rights and the economic freedom of an individual. Right now in Durham, it reduces the supply of housing, and this is particularly, visible as a UNH student myself. Right now, there's a very tight housing market. Rental rates are on average $3,000 a month. If you're looking for an apartment to rent, you got to search for at least a year in advance. And it's just blatant discrimination by the town of Durham against UNH college kids, against young professionals that might not have the budget to live by themselves, so they need to pull together and they need to combine efforts into renting maybe a single family house or a duplex, whatever it may be. But for example, in Durham right now, if you have a 5-bedroom house, the realtor cannot lease that house to 5 unrelated college students, but it can lease that house to a family of 8. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. From an economic perspective, we all know that we're in a housing shortage right now, and economists might call it a market failure, meaning that the market does not efficiently allocate the supply of housing, meaning there's a shortage right now and people are demanding more housing than is on the market. The solution? Well, sometimes with market failures, people seem to think that it's government regulation. But in this case, it's actually deregulation because government created this problem in the first place. And we see this all across the housing market, not just housing for college students. Government gets involved, they set certain regulations, and it's harder to build, it's harder to lease, and it drives up the cost of housing. So HB 457 here today has 2 main provisions. First, it prohibits zoning ordinances based off of familial status. And then secondly, it prohibited zoning ordinances that restrict occupants per bedroom to less than two people. That's the bill, and unfortunately, I got to get back to committee, so I won't be taking any questions.
Thank you, Representative Farrington. Okay, so with that, I probably have about 15 pink cards, so we're going to try to keep it around 3 minutes if you could on your testimony, but I will call on next Representative Wayne Burton.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking my testimony. I'm Wayne Burton. I am a 50-year resident of Durham, and I am a 11-year member of the Durham Town Council. I'm representing the legislature on the Public Higher Education Study Committee. My background, I have a EDD from Vanderbilt, and I've been a college president. But mostly, I'm very proud to be a Durham resident. We believe that when students are sent to us, I believe that they're somebody else's kids being sent to our care. And it's up to us to keep them safe and have them learn something about being a responsible citizen in our town. I have to mention that last night, the Durham Town Council, after long research, changed its zoning. So it's no longer less than 3. And Todd Selleck, who's the town administrator in Durham, is better in position to talk about that. I also want to tell you that I've been on the Stratford Regional Planning Commission for 13 years and I'm certainly aware of the housing challenge. So much so in Durham, we have now passed a workforce housing overlay district, and we have 3 of them now where our zoning will be suspended. One of them is a 100-acre farm that I'm personally working on. And I strongly believe, as do others in Durham, that having unrestricted zoning is not unrestricted, but zoning that fits our situation is the best way to go. And I would hope that you listen to the testimony from the town today. Safety is the most important thing for us. Learning about citizenship is second most. The student affairs, I want to say that the 7th item on our agenda every meeting is a report from the UNH Student-Centered External Affairs Chair or their designee. The chair of their designee is a wonderful young woman who met it with us last night. The Student Senate at UNH has not taken a position on this legislation. The Student Senate. They are discussing it, but they understand because we have a dialogue with them all the time about housing issues in town. And I would urge you to listen to the testimony. Todd is here, the fire chief is here, and others from Durham on why this is important. But I would also, what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, last night when we met, the town council passed a resolution on House Bill 457. We love House Bill 457 if it has an amendment that Representative Howland is offering. And so I will pass this out, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Well, Representative, right on 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative Burton?
Yes.
I don't have any for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to call on Todd Seelig. Just the natural order of things. Come on up.
So my name is Todd Selig, and I'm the administrator for the town of Durham. I'm accompanied here today by Audrey Klein, our code officer, David Emanuel, our fire chief, and Brendan O'Sullivan, our fire marshal. We're here to testify against HB 457 as currently presented, to answer any questions you may have, and to speak in favor of an amendment that Rep. Al Howland plans to introduce. Durham is host to UNH, and we have a significant presence of college students who impact the socioeconomic characteristics of our small town. The census indicates that Durham has about 15,400 residents. That figure includes UNH students who live off campus in Durham. And by comparison, UNH has an enrollment of around 11,400 undergraduates. So there's a significant influence and impact. Managing the commercial use of off-campus student housing is a fundamental and overarching issue in our town, as it is in college towns such as Plymouth, Keene, Hanover, New London, and Rindge, New Hampshire. The construction of around 2,400 new privately owned off-campus apartment beds in Durham since around 2011 has created opportunities for incoming students to move into safe, state-of-the-art, professionally managed, and walkable housing from surrounding communities in Stratford and Rockingham counties. That includes communities such as Newmarket, Dover, Portsmouth, Somersworth, Rochester, Lee, and Madbury, to name a few, freeing up hundreds of regional apartments for traditional workforce and producing ample off-campus housing for our college student population. What's different about Durham's rental housing market, which is true of most college towns, is local rents are derived on a per-bed basis. This market factor creates an incentive for landlords and property owners to rent to college students rather than conventional renters seeking workforce housing, because their gross monthly rent can be twice as high, driving up property prices and rents to the point that most conventional renters and families simply cannot compete financially against the student housing rental market and its investors. Workforce housing units behave fundamentally different from non-family commercial congregate living catering to undergraduate college students, particularly with per-bed student rentals with individual leases promoting a boarding house type of atmosphere. Over many years, Durham has thoughtfully adopted a host of regulations to address the impact of college student housing, including our noise ordinance, an open container ordinance, our trash ordinance, our disorderly house ordinance, parking ordinances, fire and life safety regulations, and more. But a cornerstone of our ability to manage density and use within non-family commercial college student housing units has been through local zoning. I want to state unequivocally that Durham is doing its part to address New Hampshire's housing challenges. As Rep. Burton noted, 2 months ago we adopted what we called an attainable housing ordinance overlay, and now look forward to the construction of as many as 200 additional rental beds on a large parcel of land along Route 4 in Durham. This would be appropriately located and managed to attract the much-needed local workforce that we're striving toward. Last evening, after months of review, the council, as Rep. and Councilor Burton noted, adopted ordinance number 2025-03. Under this zoning change, 4 or fewer college students are now able to live together in all zoning districts anywhere in Durham. 5 or more full-time college students would constitute a commercial use and would be limited to 4 specifically identified commercial zoning districts, all walkable and proximate to the UNH Core campus and all serviced by Wildcat Transit bus service. This local change limits the number of occupants in a dwelling unit based upon the state fire code. We understand that Rep. Allen plans to introduce an amendment to the committee that would ensure municipalities may not adopt occupancy ordinances that are more restrictive than allowed by the state fire code. If, as a committee, you ultimately believe that a change is warranted to RSA 674-16, we feel that Rep. Howland's amendment is an appropriate solution. It would eliminate potential inconsistencies between local zoning and the state fire code, and it would make sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Selig? Representative Miles?
I'm just wondering why it doesn't include grad students, or why does it exclude grad students? That's all.
Typically graduate students live a very different lifestyle and have substantially different needs than undergraduates. They don't tend to live in large congregate group settings. They behave fundamentally differently, more like a family would. And so it simply is typically not an issue. We have a lot of ADUs that graduate students live in. There are apartments in town that cater to graduate students, but it's a niche market. Yeah.
Mr. Selig, could you elaborate on that? Because I guess I'm wondering, when you say conventional housing, what does that mean, and why is that different from student housing? Isn't housing just somewhere where somebody lives? And I guess to follow up with that, why is 4 students living in a unit not a problem, but 5 are? Like, is there a magic number there? I guess I'm trying to understand.
What we've found over many years is that the more undergraduate college students who live together as a unit, that lends itself to challenges that don't coincide with a traditional family neighborhood. You end up with lots of cars, you end up with trash, you end up with parties. Those are things that we regulate against, but you also end up with large groups of young people walking to that house at, say, 2 a.m. And along the way, they're not breaking any laws, but along the way, they're waking up all the families along the street, heading to the event and heading back from the event. And so we've just found that limiting the number of undergraduate students makes good sense. And we've tried to discern what an appropriate break is for a traditional residential use versus a commercial use, just as you do with a hotel, for example. There are specific characteristics of a hotel versus a boarding house versus perhaps duplexes, triplexes versus a single family resident or an apartment. And there are breaks that we create to differentiate which zones in terms of use are appropriate. And our determination, consistent with the fire code, is that 5 is a good number. what the fire code says, as I understand it, is up to 4. You treat that as a single family type residence. When you get to 5 individuals who are not related to one another in any way, that then triggers the fire code requirements, such as a sprinkler code, etc. So you could have, for example, a family plus, that would be considered 1, and then you could have 3 more. That gets you to 4, and that would be acceptable in a traditional residential use under our new ordinance. But if you had 5, then you end up with a specific commercial use that we're calling student rental at this time.
Okay, and just to ask one more question, do you believe that the way your ordinance as adopted would discriminate against 5 people with a disability that are unrelated and living together? Do you think that opens up the town of Durham up to potential lawsuits by redefining a certain zone based on unrelated people?
We don't. We've very carefully identified the zones where we've allowed the 5 or more, and these are zones that are serviced by a network of sidewalks and bus service. They're all walkable to the core campus. They're walkable to our downtown, so they make good sense for this use. And it's a use that's consistent with other uses in this zone. Multi-unit high-rises that are 3 or 4 stories with commercial on the 4th floor, housing above. We have fraternity houses in one of the zone, and it would be allowed in that zone. So the zones are all walkable to the core campus.
Okay, thank you. Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just seeking clarification. The greater than 4 unrelated people, that unrelated language, am I correct in understanding that's in the fire code?
The fire code defines and again, we've got Brendan O'Sullivan, our fire inspector. If you'd like, he could give you a very succinct answer. Would that be helpful?
Could you fill out a pink card for us, but please come up and...
Yeah.
First, fill it out first.
No, you can speak and then just fill it out and hand it up to us. Thank you.
My name is Brendan O'Sullivan. I'm a fire marshal for the town of Durham. The currently adopted.
Here, why don't you pull up a chair and speak?
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry, squeezing in.
Snuggle on up.
All right. Huh? No photos.
You're on video.
My name.
Yeah.
We are. My name is Brendan O'Sullivan. I'm the fire marshal for the town of Durham. I'm also a part-time UNH cop. I've been in the community for over 30 years. Everything that was said, I agree with. The breakdown of the 2021 Life Safety Code, which is adopted by law, specifies a single-family home can have up to 3 outsiders. If they go to 4, it becomes a lodging and rooming house. It's a completely different type of occupancy. And they can go up to 16. If they exceed 16, it becomes a dormitory, the 3rd type of occupancy.
Questions for the fire inspector specifically. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fire Inspector. But isn't the difference between a house occupied by 4 unrelated people and 5 unrelated people is the requirement for sprinklers? Isn't that the main difference? And is there any other important difference?
Yes. Once you have 5 unrelated, you're a lodging and rooming. If it's a new lodging and rooming, you're required to have a sprinkler system, a fire alarm system, separation between the 1st and 2nd floor, and each of the bedroom doors have to close and latch automatically.
Other questions? Representative Howland.
This is just clarification of the new ordinance. So in the new ordinance that the town of Durham passed, which identifies student rental, as long as they have that fire suppression in place, there's no limitation on the occupancy other than what state fire code says, right?
That is correct.
And then anywhere else in Durham, from what we just passed, there is nothing that says you can do greater than what fire code is. Occupancy is set by fire code, right?
That's also correct, yes.
Representative Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another clarifying question. So a family of 8 could live in one of these buildings and they could have 3 outsiders. So 9, 10, 11. So they could have 11 people in one building. But if they're just 3 or 4 unrelated people, they're maxed at 4 now?
They could have up to 3. The family could have up to 3. If they go to 4, it's the equivalent of 5 unrelated. The family being one group, and then there's 4 others that are unrelated.
Follow up?
Following that?
Not really.
No.
So in one situation, if there's a family and some outsiders, they can be up to 11 or 11-ish.
The family can be any size, and they can have up to 3
So 11
outsiders.
people in this dwelling.
Correct.
But if they're 4 students unrelated, that's that.
Plus the family, it's a
No,
lodging.
forget
and rooming.
about a family. Just separating the family plus 3 outsiders. Separate question. Students only. So it's 11 or 12 versus 3 or 4 in the same building?
Individually, yes. You could have the family plus 3 outsiders, and you would not be a lodging and rooming. You could have 4 individuals with no relation with each other, still be a single-family home, not a lodging and rooming. If you add 1 more outsider to either one of those 2 categories, you now have the 5.
But in one situation, you can have up to 11 or 12, but in another situation, you can only have 4.
Yes.
In the same size building. With
Yes.
the same number of bedrooms.
Yes, the code is specific on
Thank you.
including as 3 outsiders.
So, Mr. Inspector, if the students got married, you could have up to 6, right?
If the
If
students,
they got married to each other.
Yep.
No, I'm trying to like understand how ridiculous is it.
Yep.
If they get married to each other, you can have 6 students living in a place
Yes.
under the fire code.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gibbs and Representative Howland.
Thank you. For practical purposes, why should the requirements be different for 5 people who constitute a family and 5 people who are unrelated? You have 5 people regardless. Why should the requirements be different?
Absolutely. The code makes reference that it's their understanding, and I say the committee that established it, that there is more of a reason for a family to look out for each other opposed to 5 separate leases where you don't even know when those people are coming and going.
But suppose you don't have 5 separate leases. Suppose you have 5 people who get together as friends, and I did this when I was in graduate school, who get together as friends and decide to rent a house with 1 lease. 1 person signs a lease, the others pay the rent to that person. So it's a group of people who watch out for each other. Why should the requirements be different? We actually did this with 8 people, big house. Why should the requirement be different for those 8 people than for an 8-person family?
The language of the code separates them as related or not related. The annex of the code goes into that detail, but the annex is not enforceable. And that has never been clarified, to my knowledge.
But why? I mean, what does the annex say?
The annex says that the intention of the unrelated is separate leases. It does not go into the detail of whether or not there's one lease, which would then make them concerned about each other, because there's 1 person answering for that lease, and then the sublease is to the other 4. And I'd love to get a clarification on that. If that passes the definition of having not necessarily relationships, but an interest in each other's well-being.
Well, let me go just a little
Representative Gibbs.
farther.
Go-
Can I go just a
You
little
can have a follow-up, yes.
One more, okay? Back in the day, when I was doing this, we didn't have per occupant leases. You had 1 lease per house or 1 lease per apartment. Usually 1 person signed it. Sometimes a group of people would all sign it. But in any case, it was 1 lease and a group of people were responsible for it. And why should that be a problem? That still isn't clear to me.
I'm not saying that's a problem, and I'm not saying that that shouldn't be clarified, but it would need to be clarified in order to be selectively enforced that way.
Okay. Representative Howland.
This is just to clarify her question, because I understand I've worked with the fire marshal and that on this, and it does confuse people. So to her question, she was saying, like, If you have three unrelated and a family are in there and it becomes identified as a lodging house, or actually, what was it? When we get to 5 and it qualifies as a lodging house, you have to put a sprinkler in, but the occupancy goes up to the maximum that's allowed by the fire code for a lodging house. So it's actually that house, regardless of whether you had students or any unrelated, is 15, right? Or 16.
You go up to 16.
16.
Yes.
So you can put 16 people in that. The question, I guess, phrasing this the question, fire code says that a lodging house, as long as you meet the sprinkler and other suppression systems, can hold up to 16 people. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Other questions for the fire inspector? Thank you. And if you could, I don't know your name, so if
I'm
you
Brendan.
could fill
I'll
that
fill this out. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Selig? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify. I want to follow up on Representative Alexander's question about 5 disabled people. Suppose 5 disabled people wanted to live together outside of your zone because they need to support each other and possibly be supported by personal care assistance. Would you try to prevent that?
Within the zones where the student rental is allowed, if they are enrolled full-time college students, the ordinance would apply. If they are not enrolled full-time college students, the ordinance would not apply. So it would depend on a number of different circumstances.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
Why would that make a difference?
Well, we found, and this goes to the issue of family plus 3 living together. If a family is present within the rental, that family unit will materially change the characteristics of that housing upon the neighborhood. And the use will behave much as a traditional residential use would versus a commercial use that has a very different impact on the surroundings. And so we've identified the 4 zones where we feel the impact would be very appropriate and consistent with the nature of those zones. And outside of that, you would be allowed to have 4. So if there are 5 disabled individuals, they were full-time college students, they could live within the 4 zones we've identified together. If they are living outside of that zone, there'd be a limitation on the number of people. And if they were full-time students, there'd be a limitation on the number. You'd be allowed 4, not 5. And those young people would have to decide which 4 would sign the leases. And the other element that's changed, I think, since you may have been in school and were renting with your colleagues, is that today in college communities, the rentals are done on a per bed basis. So a landlord is typically not saying, here, I'm going to rent this single family house to you, Representative Gibbs, and you can have as many people live there as you'd like. Instead, the landlord is saying, I'm going to rent to every specific person who's going in there, and the more people I can put in there, the more revenue I'll receive.
But why?
Follow up?
Follow up, thank you. But why would you put that against the testimony that I could personally give you of 8 people living together, completely unrelated to each other, but as friends? Why would you put that against my testimony?
Well, we've found over many years that if you have 8 people living together who are full-time college students living off campus, their behavior will, by and large, not be conducive to the traditional family neighborhood. And in an effort to preserve those neighborhoods and preserve housing stock available in those neighborhoods for the workforce housing we'd like to create, this ordinance change made sense to the Durham community.
But this would not be true if they weren't students.
If they are not students, then the characteristic of those individuals, the lifestyle, is profoundly different from if they are undergraduate college students.
So when you say traditional family, I guess I'm wondering, like, do you mean specifically like a husband and a wife and like 2 kids? Is that what Durham wants? Like 2 kids on single family lots where like they have little neighborhoods and stuff like that? Like, I guess, like, what do you mean by traditional family? Because there's a lot of different families and they look a lot different.
They sure
and why
are,
is Durham
yes.
trying to zone out certain parts, certain families
Oh, we're
from
not.
certain areas of town?
So in the 1980s, when the no more than 3 unrelated ordinance was put into effect, the vision people had of families, I think, was exactly what you outlined. But we recognize as a community over time that has profoundly changed. And so when we speak of traditional family neighborhoods, I guess you could strike the word family and say traditional workforce housing neighborhoods, traditional neighborhoods with people who take an interest in one another, who care for their property, care for their neighbors, who know one another, who operate on a lifestyle that's fairly consistent. You know, getting up in the morning to go to work, coming back, having supper, going to bed at a certain hour. Now, sure, there may be individuals who are working a third shift, who come home in the middle of the night or early in the morning, but those folks are going to by and large, be very respectful of their neighbors, where what we found is that college students live on a very different schedule. They are going to bed very late, they are sleeping late, and unfortunately, there's just an inherent conflict in lifestyles between non-full-time college student undergraduates and everybody, you know, and the students. And so we're just trying to find a way to preserve our neighborhoods so that they remain enjoyable places to live wherever people are, whether they're a single person, a married person, a traditional 1950s family, or a family as we know it today. We don't care. We welcome everybody, but we're trying to very thoughtfully figure out where this student lifestyle fits in and where it doesn't. And that's the nexus of our
Thank you.
regulation.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and for taking my question. And I think I might have a few follow-ups. So I apologize for not hearing the beginning of your testimony. I was testifying on a different bill across the hall. But when I hear you talk about the lifestyle differences and how these people are different from that people, my concern is that that's really veiled, not even very veiled, what I would call discrimination, realizing that student is not a legally protected class, but discrimination against students. And so my question is, and this came up last year, what is stopping the town from enforcing ordinances regarding noise, enforcing ordinances regarding garbage? And relatedly, are you aware that the data that we heard on this same bill last year showed that actually most of the noise problems and the domestic violence disputes and all of that happened with families, wives and husbands fighting and children being noisy, those little nuclear families that you seem to want to protect from the students, and not as much from the actual students who do have to go to class at 8 o'clock in the morning, actually.
So we have, I listed it, but we have a noise ordinance, a trash ordinance, a disorderly house ordinance, various life safety codes in place. And we consistently enforce those based upon complaints and our observations. And it's important to do that to ensure that everybody can coexist in a happy environment. That's what we're after. What we observe over time is, at least in Durham, New Hampshire, and probably in Keene and Plymouth as well, that the vast majority of noise complaints, trash complaints, etc., are focused on student rentals because they're very active. They're active late at night. They host large gatherings. If you have 3 undergraduates living together, it's typically not 3. It's the 3 plus their 3 significant others who are over. They do host gatherings at off hours, and it creates a nuisance for the non-student population. And so when you have a community of more or less 6,500 full-time residents like you and me who are living there with their families, going to work every day, and you have a student population, including graduate students, of around 13,000, 14,000 people, there's a profound influence on the neighborhoods. And UNH does not have enough on-campus housing to house all their students. There are not enough professionally managed properties in town to house all the students. So there's a certain number of the student body that moves out into the neighborhoods, and we welcome them in the neighborhoods as long as they behave well. But we find that the greater the number, the more likely it is that there'll be challenges. And that's what was the nexus behind the 1980s era, no more than 3 unrelated is. We also experience a real challenge where the student rental dollar, because it's on a per bed basis, is much, much stronger than any other classification. And so we lose what we're trying to create and so desperately want, which is workforce housing, to the off-campus undergraduate population. So what we've tried to do with the new ordinance the council approved last night after months of review, a lot of discussion, was to try to align our ordinance with the fire code. So we've moved away from the definition of family and regulating based upon family, which, by the way, Durham went to court on twice, and the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled twice that it was not discrimination to discriminate around the issue of family, that there was, in fact, a recognized and bona fide state interest in preserving the welfare of families, and you couldn't discriminate against families. But students, as you correctly point out, are not a protected class, and they are a profound part of our community that we work hard to welcome, to integrate in a successful way. But large numbers of them in certain neighborhoods just don't mix well with the non-student population. It's not that people don't try, but I guess what I would say to any of you is come to Durham and I'll set you up for 2 or 3 years in a house in a traditional neighborhood where we have a lot of student rentals, and talk with me after that and you'll experience firsthand what it's like. And I don't mean to be crude saying that, but that's what Durham residents come to their officials, the town council, our code office, our fire department, to express profound concern over. And so we're working really hard to find a way to manage this really difficult situation.
Follow up. Thank you. So just to clarify your last point, I've lived in the neighboring town of Newmarket where a lot of students do live for 15 years. I also got my master's degree at UNH where I drove for Wildcat Transit for 3 years and I drove the late shift. So I'm very familiar with the partier students and happy to visit Durham again for that purpose, but I feel like I do have some direct knowledge. I appreciate that Durham has made their ordinance more legal, and my pointing out that it was illegally, if it had been illegally enforced in the past, was not around the idea of a protected class for students or familial status. It was around the idea that we have a law saying specifically for ADUs, you cannot make any distinction on familial status for the ADUs. And if some of the housing was ADU related, then that was not legally enforced. So to my question, I keep hearing you say things like they, and they are a nuisance and they are doing this behavior. It's very cringe-inducing. They don't mix well. They aren't fitting in with the community. And it kind of sends up some red flags for me. So my question is, because I'm really trying to get at what are you actually trying to divide here if it's not this kind of, this stigma around students. Are you aware that students who have to study and have to go to class in the morning and take tests and do papers also would find loud music and disruptive behavior a nuisance? And conversely, are you also aware that the nuclear families living in the preferred regions of your town also stay up late? In fact, the workforce housing you keep mentioning, a lot of those people are hourly workers that work late jobs. They are not normal 9-to-5ers. And they also might enjoy an adult beverage, and they also might enjoy music. So are you aware that these two groups of people are not as distinct and actually share a lot of shared behaviors?
So the ordinance that Durham sunsetted last evening was not illegal. It was legal and sustained that way on multiple occasions by the New Hampshire Supreme Court. And we believe what we've put into place is also legal and represents an improvement moving forward. I think that last year you brought up during the proceedings an important point, which is the cost of enforcement. And you had made a statement that it wouldn't be an issue for Durham because UNH has its own police force and they would police off campus. And that's not accurate. So to the extent that there are calls, and there are, caused by the student housing presence, those are increased calls to our police department, our code enforcement, our fire department to address these issues. The reality is that undergraduate student renters are different in that they are young, they're energetic, they're learning how to live on their own for the first time, they're exploring boundaries, and they tend to live very different lifestyles in terms of the hours that they keep. So on a Thursday night, a Friday night, a Saturday night, Durham starts to pick up activity around, 10 o'clock, and it continues until 2 a.m. in some areas. And we're just trying to put that activity where it belongs with similar types of activity. And we're trying to keep that activity to a minimum in areas where typically non-students live, and that type of activity fundamentally impacts quality of life. And so, again, I appreciate you live in Newmarket. I think one of the things you've experienced over the last 10 years is because of the 2,400 beds we've created in Durham, we've pulled that student element, that student body group out of Newmarket largely, out of Portsmouth, out of Dover. How do I know that? Because in the early 2000s, when many of the UNH students were living in those communities, the city managers in those communities would call me and they would say, Todd, how do you manage student housing? Because we're having all sorts of problems and we're not successful in dealing with it. And what Durham has done is pulled those young people back into town so that they don't have to have cars. It's much more efficient. They can walk to class. And we really pride ourselves in ensuring safe housing as well. And that's one of the objectives of our code office and our fire department. These are young people who are renting for the first time, who are very inexperienced. And we want to make sure as well they're not taken advantage of by landlords who are sometimes interested in taking advantage of young people. So we have an interest there too in terms of the health and welfare and safety. But again, I'm not trying to sugarcoat or step around it. I'm sorry if I'm raising red flags for you, but undergraduate college students behave profoundly differently when living off campus in larger numbers. And we're simply trying to very thoughtfully manage that and to put the undergraduate students where there are services, where there are similar types of uses, and in a manner that doesn't create disruptions with the majority of the rest of the community.
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. And one last question. So should this bill pass, is there anything in this bill that would somehow run against the new version of the ordinance? And I do appreciate that the Supreme Court found it was legal in regards to familial status, or I'm sorry, discrimination on students. I was being very specific about ADUs and that literally being against the current ADU law. But you have a new ordinance now. I like it a lot better. It's a lot cleaner. Doesn't have as much problem. And I'm asking.
We worked really hard on it.
No, I think it's great. I think it's a lot better. My question is, if this bill passed, does that give a problem for your new ordinance?
It does. Yes, this bill would strike down vast parts of the new ordinance. And that would, in essence, leave Durham so that there would be no restriction in terms of where undergraduate students could live.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to seek clarification, what I think you are saying, my undergraduate student at UNH, I somewhat know what she does on the weekends, and I would not permit that at my house where she has grown up, because it would be disruptive on weekends and weeknights. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is. And if there is a non-student adult living in the property, going to work, living their lives, whether they have family or not, they take a very different interest and long-term view of that property and quality of life for themselves and their neighbors than do the individuals in a student rental. Now, are there some student rentals that don't cause any issues? There are many. but there are many that do cause profound issues for neighborhoods.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you ever heard comments? And these comments are something that I can testify to both from personal experience and from handling housing cases at the New Hampshire Human Rights Commission. Have you ever heard comments that the worst noise problems can be caused not by students or children or teenagers, but by unhappy marriages that can result in people screaming at each other at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning every night and putting their fists through walls on a regular basis? Have you ever heard that?
So yes, and we have individuals, unfortunately, who are in that situation, and the police do respond, and they're very difficult police calls. But that does not constitute the vast, overwhelming majority of our police calls. Ours very largely surround the student undergraduate experience and parties that are taking place. So it's very different.
Representative
in Durham.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Does UNH have enough dorm housing for all of the freshmen?
For freshmen, and now UNH also requires all sophomores to live on campus.
Okay, that was my follow-up
Yes,
question. So.
which has created a softening in the rental market in Durham. So our professional landlords who operate the off-campus multi-units, the high-rise type buildings, typically they're close to 100% occupancy. For the last 2 years, they're somewhere between now 80 and 90%. They're really feeling a concern. In addition, there are fewer students who are enrolled at the university. It's down about 1,000 from several years ago. So they're feeling the pinch there as well. So,
so then would it be a true statement to say that the most inexperienced young person who, I think we said, new experiences, not sure how to, I don't know, should we say live life or be responsible adults? So would it be an accurate statement, or if you, however you want to make this a question, but so the most naive people going to UNH as freshmen and sophomores, they are contained within the dorm housing, right?
They
so
are
then
now,
the more responsible ones, theoretically, of course, as juniors and seniors, are the ones seeking the housing that we're looking at in this bill.
yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Thank
Although
you.
it is the first time they've ever entered into a lease and really lived on their own. When they're in a dormitory, they're really kind of taken care of.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you. So zoning, often we talk about health and safety as the reason for zoning. Would you say on average there's a difference in health and safety between a family or let's say adults, regardless of family status, adults living in housing versus undergraduate students, regardless of whether they are legally adults?
Yes. As Brendan O'Sullivan, our fire marshal, noted, the fire code recognizes this as well. And typically, if someone is in a family unit, whatever that family unit is comprised of, those individuals know each other, they care about one another, they know one another's schedules. And if there was a fire or an issue, they have concern and they're going to look out for one another's welfare. Where if you have individuals who are not connected in that way living together, they don't know their comings and goings. They don't necessarily have any connections. If there's an emergency, they're off. They're leaving. They're not concerned about others in the property per se. So yes. And
All right. Other questions? All right, you're off the hook for now.
I'll be right here if you need me. Thank you.
The chair would like to call on Jeff Berlin.
Got some things to pass out here, so you should just give me a minute. I'll start passing these down, and you guys can take one and pass them next. Some things we might reference here. Go.
I'm gonna help help you feed the other side?
We'll just go down this way, make sure everyone gets one. Thank you. Perfect on that one. Perfect on that one. Okay. Everybody got that? So my name is Jeff Berlin. I introduced this bill last year as 1281 with, we had a bipartisan group last year, full of progressive people on the left and libertarians on the right. And the actions that you've seen introduced at the town level by yours truly, Alan Howland, you have that that they've just been discussing in front of you right now, so you can actually see it. Their actions were a direct result of what we introduced last year. I take it as sort of capitulation that we had a pretty big issue that we brought in front of the state, because at the local level, we were not able to make any progress for obvious reasons, as you just witnessed. I think the best arguments from our side, to be honest with you, is to just listen to what these people are saying. They're basically requesting you to uphold their discrimination in the name of, I think Todd just said, some kids walk home at night and wake up the whole neighborhood. I've never seen that happen, but apparently Todd has. I equate it similarly to, I live in the downtown area, and huge dog lover myself, but I have to say we have some neighbors who let their dogs out at 6 o'clock in the morning and they bark nonstop and they literally wake up the whole neighborhood. I haven't seen anybody try to introduce local legislation to ban dogs being outside at 7 in the morning as this inconvenience. And although if they did, at least they wouldn't be manipulating the housing market, which is basically what is happening with this local zoning. So I think that's some important notes. I'd like to just highlight some things on the map here. So if you look at this map, this is the downtown zone in Durham. And we have two different things here. So on this map, the black line that goes straight through is, I didn't really introduce myself completely. So I am a citizen of Durham and a landlord. I manage private off-campus housing of others. I also have a small portfolio of individual properties, most of which are actually grandfathered, which is part of the problem, and are scattered throughout Durham that are actually outside of this map. So in certain properties, I'm not subject to this unrelated rule for whatever reason from a long time ago. So the black line going through this is, on the left side is my opinion and my expertise of where students would prefer to live in town. The circled zones are the ones that Durham just capitulated to our issue. And now they're saying that the commercial use of quote unquote a student rental, they've shown you it's an industrial use. So they want the students to live in the industrial zones and the, because that's what they think of them apparently, is that they're industrial use, maybe, I don't know. The X's that I've put, which is sort of the most egregious part, right? So in the new amendment that Al introduced at Durham, I think they're leaving out that this student rental is not allowed in one of the closest residential zones to campus. And so on the bottom left of this map, I have marked on, it's Mill Road. It's the right side of Mill Road in Durham. So those of you who are familiar would know this. These properties literally touch campus. And in the ones I've X'd out are, to my best knowledge, houses that if they were allowed to rent to more than 3, now 4 unrelated, have bedrooms that are vacant currently and would be added to the market if you accept this bill. Now, if you just start doing that throughout all the yellow zones on this map, that is the visual effect of the supply that was removed via this discriminatory and restrictive zoning. If you're serious about the fact that you have a housing crisis and that it's exacerbated by restrictive zoning and an undersupply, we have a solution for you right here. Now, people get worried that it's going to be a free-for-all around town and you're going to have a frat house in a neighborhood here and a sorority in a neighborhood here. Unfortunately, and from my perspective, we don't have enough students to actually make that happen. So if you moved every single student out of on-campus housing, and whether they're undergraduate, overgraduate, and just moved them into the neighborhoods, there's not enough of them to do what they're asking to do, what they're trying to tell you is going to happen. And so I would just argue that that is sort of muddying the waters. I think the amendment that Rep. Howland is also introducing, just like last year, I think is designed to confuse people. This is not a fire safety bill. This is a equitable housing bill. And so I'd ask you not to confuse those two things.
Mr. Berlin, we just ask you wrap up.
Yeah, sure. So, I'll wrap up right now. So if you have any questions, I'll answer them. But I would say that if you let this bill go through, what you're going to see happen is you're going to see students move from the right side of this black line on your map to the left side. And for no discussions at the town level or anything regarding workforce housing, you're going to create the workforce housing because you're going to remove the demand for the grandfathered properties where students currently live outside of town. As they move forward, you're going to open that up for the workforce. Thank you, and free to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Berlin. Representative Howland.
I just have one, because you mentioned that the zones that you'd circled were zoned industrial, and that's where we're having students live. That does not actually appear to be the case. Actually, CB is central business, CH is courthouse, and C is codes. Those are actually the central business district, a residential area abutting the central district, and another residential. So they're not industrial at all. Is that true?
So yeah, I see one professional office and central business, I think I've heard described as business and okay. So maybe I haven't heard that. You guys can decide if you think that the segregation of students to the middle of where the businesses are is industrial or commercial in nature or not. I mean,
I just follow up. So that white area that's in the middle of your circled areas, that's UNH's campus, right?
the white area is the central business district. The legend, I think.
The circled CB is central business district, but the white area that abuts that's next to the green area that you have, is that UNH's campus?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. The gridded area, that's UNH's campus.
That's what I'm.
That's what it says on the map.
What I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says.
And I went there and I'm trying to understand where's Paul College compared to this map.
I'm sorry. This is a zoning map. That's the only reason.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's unless you're really familiar with Durham zoning, unfortunately, the map is not as helpful. But we can always go over it later.
Great. Yes, we can. All right. Other questions from Mr. Berlin? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair would like to call on Stephen Kimball. Welcome. You're on. Red is on. Just turn it on. You're off. Now you're on.
Now I'm on. Okay, great. All right. Well, I appreciate the attention of the committee. My name is Stephen Kimball. My family has owned property in Durham for over 90 years. We've lived on that property for 4 generations. And I am just a private citizen, essentially. But when I heard what Durham was doing, I was so concerned with it that I felt I should get involved. Fundamentally, we've heard a lot of smooth talking bureaucrats trying to make this all sound normal. But if you boil it down, right, the 14th Amendment says equal protection under the law. And just because there hasn't been a landmark Supreme Court case about discriminating against students doesn't mean they don't deserve equal protection under the law. But the Supreme Court has made it clear that separate but equal doesn't cut it. Equal is equal. So I think that any zoning ordinance that's allowed to use the characteristics of the people in the housing as a way to segregate them into different parts of town is just fundamentally wrong and not supported in the law. And I think that you should be very careful if you're going to allow that to continue. The property that we have there, back in 1935, my grandfather, he was a university professor, and he allowed students to build a cabin behind his house because during the Great Depression there was really no housing for students, and so that's how we came to have 2 houses on one lot, and we've always done that, maintained it. Sometimes it's rented to students, sometimes we have families in there. Sometimes our family uses one of the houses, sometimes we rent it out. It's been there, and we've always had the flexibility to do what needed to be done with it. We were free to choose who our tenants were. We were free to manage them in the way that we chose to, and that is the right thing to do. That kind of generosity really could never happen today of building another building on your property to help house students. One of the things that I really found concerning is their use of the U.S. Department of Education definition of a student to define a class to segregate into a different part of town. I mean, that definition was created to identify people that they wanted to support and encourage to pursue higher education, to better themselves. These are our future leaders. These are people that we're looking to support, not to segregate off into some commercial zone because nobody wants to deal with their learning experience or their education. I would have to say, if you replace the word student with any other class of people, I think you would find it highly offensive. I mean, if you try, this is their definition with the word student replaced. Immigrant rental. An immigrant rental is a residential dwelling composed of 1 or more dwelling units on a single parcel that includes 5 or more immigrants as defined by federal law. Immigrant rentals are not allowed use in any residential district, R, RA, RB, or RC. They could pass that tomorrow under the zoning ordinance we have. Does anybody think that we should allow local zoning officials to have the power to regulate in that fashion?
I'm just asking Mr. Kimball if you would wrap up. That'd be great.
Yep. All right. Well, I don't think it was ever the intention of the state zoning law or that it's a covered purpose under RSA 674-17 to enable local and municipal zoning officials to delve into the private lives of their residents in order to segregate them into different groups with different rights and privileges with respect to housing options. While Representative Howland's attempt at incorporating the state fire code as a remedy is admirable, I think it misses the mark. If you read the definition in there carefully, it says, by members of a single family with not more than 3 outsiders in rented rooms. So I see huge loopholes. I see a fraternity brother who's done well for himself buying a house and letting a dozen of his younger fraternity brothers live there for free, and this would simply not apply. The fire code wouldn't apply. So I don't think it's the remedy everybody's hoping it's going to be. I think you should go with the language that is in the bill, perhaps augmented with some language to expand it more clearly, that they're not to discriminate on educational status or familial status or any other basis. People are people. Let them live in housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Kimball? Seeing Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your poignant testimony. I wasn't able to ask this question of a previous speaker, so I'll ask it of you. Do you understand what I heard previously was that they're trying to get at certain behaviors that are problematic? And I guess my question is, actually, Mr. Chair, I just lost my train of thought.
Okay. Well, if there's no other questions, thank you, Mr.
All right,
Kimball, for
sorry.
your
I'll ask you
testimony.
personally.
Thank you.
There's plenty of time for that. All right, Brody DeShays. Welcome back.
Thank you. Now we're talking congregate housing rather than farms. We had a lot of discussion about agricultural use earlier on that other bill. For the record, my name is Brody DeShays. I work with the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I'm here in opposition on behalf of the New Hampshire Municipal Association for House Bill 457. So one thing I do want to flag is that the Municipal and County Government Committee currently has a work session scheduled for tomorrow to do with recovery homes, House Bill 432, which would be another zoning mandate similar to this one that would impact congregate living and how congregate living is regulated in municipalities under their zoning ordinances, specifically when you have that occupancy threshold per room or just per dwelling that's met, and then there's a change of use for the structure for the dwelling units. So it's important to really delineate the difference between congregate versus regular dwelling units. So a regular dwelling unit has everything that you need in a dwelling unit, like a kitchen, proper waste disposal, running water, bedrooms, living space, etc. Congregate living is different in the nature that you have separate bedrooms that are throughout the dwelling, but there's shared living space, there's shared facilities for bathrooms, there might be shared kitchens. In municipalities, they have an interest for the safety, health, and the general welfare of their communities to regulate where congregate living is in different zoning districts. The reason for this is because different zoning districts have been developed over a 50, 60, 70-year period to have specific amount of infrastructure impact, to have enough space and land for waste disposal like a septic system, has sewer systems and water systems that are built to only meet a certain capacity. There's parking requirements to make sure that there's enough parking depending on the dwelling unit, how many people or how many units are in it. Traffic is a huge concern that happens in many of these municipalities. And again, waste disposal more than just, sewage waste and water waste. There's also trash disposal, and other types of garbage that people might need to be picked up by, whether it's a municipal service or private service. Taking a normal, not a normal, that's a bad term. Taking a regular dwelling unit and changing it to congregate housing is a change of use. It would require a variance. In the few municipalities that actually do regulate congregate living, it tends to be college towns because they have an invested interest in making sure that you don't have an inordinate amount of people that are all unrelated trying to live in the same space. That's part of the reason why zoning exists, because we had issues where, housing was too full to capacity. It was creating safety issues and health issues in the municipalities, and not just for those who are residing in those units. I know you're going to tell me it's almost time. It had an interest to further the general welfare. There is also merit to what was described earlier about unrelated people behaving differently, especially if they have separate leases, and especially if the leases are done by bed. An example would be a two-person family with 2 kids. They're not going to need as many cars, right? They're not going to need a car for every individual, but for college students, they might work and they might need to travel to school or to their classes, so they're going to need a car. So you need to, when they go through the process of getting a variance, you might want to make a requirement or a contingency that they create more parking. Or if you all of a sudden have like 6 people living in the congregate living space, you might need to increase the septic capacity, so then it's not polluting the groundwater, or so it's not polluting, or the septic system doesn't fail and pollute other people's properties.
Mr. Deshays, if you could wrap up, that'd be great.
My last comment. Zoning and occupancy ordinances help also limit the potential of violations to noise, nuisance, trash, waste disposal, et cetera, several other ordinances. The goal is for smart development and reasonable development to try to limit conflict between property owners too, and respect every property owner's rights to be able to live peacefully in their community. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So would you say that regardless of familial status, relationships, would you think it's reasonable that the law might be 2 people per bedroom, just no matter what the relationships are? Would that be reasonable?
Well, so municipalities, you'd run into major constitutional issues if you were trying to regulate the number of people in a dwelling, you know, despite family. So if they're all related, you know, it can be kind of difficult to, you know, to try to disentangle trying to regulate, you know, families versus unrelated people. We think it's
For unrelated people, I guess I should ask. Yeah.
So we think for unrelated people, the municipalities and what we've seen, and at least what I've seen in most of the zoning ordinances, is the trigger doesn't happen until you get to that four different parties unrelated, or 4 different groups unrelated, when the fire code comes into place. And so part of the reason is because congregate living in a single family residential zone is much different. It's much different. It's higher density than what the zone was originally designed for, or even like a 2 family. So I guess I'm kind of confused by your question. If you could
My
clarify.
question is, I'll put it more simply. Is it unreasonable to have a minimum, is it unreasonable in any circumstance to have 2 people, no matter what their relationship is, per bedroom in a house? 3 bedrooms, 2 people per bedroom. Is that unreasonable? To come up to a total of 6 people per that particular house, if there's 3 bedrooms, 6 unrelated people? Like, why is that a problem?
It would depend on the specific zoning district and the specific municipality whether or not that's an issue, and that's why it's best to leave it as a local decision, something that the municipality has control over. Because you're right, there could be in a situation where you have someone gets a variance to do congregate living in a multifamily zoning district where they have all the infrastructure and all the parking arrangements necessary to facilitate having 6 people that could have up to 6 cars that they need to park, and to have the infrastructure and the ability to do with the wastewater. But I know where I live in Wolfboro, there are some zoning districts where that just wouldn't be feasible.
To have 2 people per bedroom in a house that has 3 bedrooms, that wouldn't be feasible.
Yeah.
Okay, Thank you.
Representative Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your testimony. Previously on an unrelated bill, I asked you about fair housing. And if I recall, your response was something like, oh, well, that never happens. And I look at this current situation going on in this current bill, and that thing that never happens looks like it's happening. It looks like there is a town that is discriminating based on familial status, regardless of how the current, New Hampshire Supreme Court has ruled on ordinances like this. There were practices in the past, such as redlining, which at the time were legal, but later on were found to be illegal. So my question is, does the New Hampshire Municipal Association support discriminating in zoning?
No, we don't support discrimination in zoning ordinances. It's illegal.
Can I follow up?
Let him finish.
I'd like to, yeah, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Look, it doesn't matter the status of the person. What matters is that there's a change of use of the dwelling. That's the only thing from the municipality's standpoint that it's regulating, is what the usage is that's happening on that lot and with that building. And so when you go from a regular dwelling unit and turn it into congregate housing, it's much different in the type of housing, and it needs to be regulated much differently depending on the zoning district. And so it's not a discrimination against people, it's treating different uses differently, like we do in all of our zoning ordinances throughout the state. So, it's like treating a 2-family dwelling in a 2-family zone differently than a 1-family dwelling in a single residential dwelling zone.
Follow up.
So let's do a hypothetical then, talking about the different uses. Let's say,
All right, you have a thin line. Go ahead.
okay, I'm sorry. Let me ask maybe in a more direct way. If there is a home that has a single bedroom and there are two people living in that home, and there's another home with a single bedroom and two people living in that home, how is the use different?
Well, you're not changing the usage. It sounds like in both cases, it's a single family residential use.
Go ahead. Well, the difference is one of those homes is occupied by two students who are unrelated, and one of those homes is occupied by people who happen to be legally married. Is the use still different?
Well, because that's a residential use, but we're talking about congregate living situations, and congregate living is different than single family residential. It's treated differently. It's a different use. And additionally, in Durham's case, it becomes a commercial use once you're leasing it out by bedroom. So yeah, it is a different use. I know I had a long conversation for an hour with some of the public health advocates over at New Futures while we're trying to work through this recovery homes bill to try to explain, like, the change of use isn't necessarily who's using it, it's how it's being used. So if you're using it as single family residential, then the municipalities and their zoning ordinances, if that zoning district permits it, they don't have a problem. The problem becomes once it starts to become, you're packing a lot of people into congregate living and into a lot of rooms, and then you have larger issues that could impact the people living in the dwelling and those who are abutting the dwelling, and other people in the community too, because of the infrastructure impact and services impact.
If we legalize polygamy and we say 8 students could get married and live in one house, that would be okay.
We'd run into, well,
It wouldn't change the use because it's single family, right? It's one family of 8 people.
That's an interesting hypothetical.
No, I guess I'm wondering what the difference
is. If you bring
is.
forward that bill next year, we'd have to raise some of the housing concerns that would be impacted by that.
Okay.
But
I'm just trying to follow along.
no, I see your point, but like that's it's kind of that's so far out of the realm of conceivably what would ever happen in the state and what would be permitted and how our laws would be set up. What we're trying to do is make sure that congregate living situations are in zones where they're permitted and that they're put in the proper zones that have the infrastructure and the capacity to handle those congregate living situations, the adequate parking, the proper traffic patterns, that sometimes they need to be near, like public transit has been mentioned. So again, we don't want to treat congregate living the same as single family living. I see your point, but I think it's kind of a moot point because the legislature isn't going to, fingers crossed, the legislature won't be legalizing polygamy anytime soon. Personal opinion of mine, but we're just trying to figure out the best way to reasonably and responsibly zone communities that respect the landowner, respect the occupants if it's not the landowner, and that respects the abutters in the entire community. That's the goal.
Thank you. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question and then a follow-up regarding congregate housing.
Yep.
Were you referring to the type of housing described in HB 432, that is recovery housing? Were you referring to that type of housing as congregate housing? And I should, full disclosure here, I'm the prime sponsor of HB 432. Were you describing that as congregate housing?
In many zoning ordinances throughout the state, recovery homes or recovery houses as defined in RSA 153:10-D Roman 2, they fall under congregate housing zoning ordinances typically.
Are you aware, this follow-up, that there is a federal definition of congregate housing? And I don't have it memorized, but it refers to much larger housing developments and not at all to the type of small group housing for people with disabilities as is described in HB 432. It's a totally different animal.
I was aware, but it's based on, like, I'll give an example. The example is the city of Keene. The city of Keene has a congregate housing ordinance, and then it defines all the different types of housing that fall under that congregate housing, and they tend to be like fraternities, sororities, recovery houses, group living. And so they make sure essentially it's like, well, if you're going to change the use, we want to make sure that you have the adequate infrastructure to accompany the change of use, to accompany the congregate housing. So then it's not a negative detriment to those who are butters, the rest of the community. And so then people can safely live in them. I know we have a work session tomorrow for your bill. So we're going to be talking about a lot of those things in regards to recovery housings, but a lot of it is,
Let's keep it focused to the
I was
bill
going
that
to say
we're
a lot
talking
of
about.
that. A lot
Thank
of
you,
those things
Representative
are
Gibbs. You can talk
related
to
to this.
Mr. Deshays about that later. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So to piggyback off the last question, the federal definition of congregate housing is specifically low rent housing for people who need help with daily activities such as cooking and personal care. So while conceivably a recovery house might fall under that, I don't think student housing does. And this is getting to the point and the question that I keep trying to ask, and I keep not hearing a real answer. It sounds like congregate housing is now the veil under which we are discriminating against an entire group of people because we think they don't fit in because they have these problematic behaviors. But we all know that the single family houses have the same behaviors. The students, there are plenty of students who study and are quiet. So why isn't it the correct solution to simply enforce your noise ordinances, your garbage ordinances, and not take an entire group of people and say they are the problem because we think we have a stigma that they engage in those types of behaviors more than other people? Why isn't the noise ordinance and the garbage ordinance and all those things the solution to your supposed problem instead of taking an entire class of people and treating them differently?
I would say that congregate housing as defined in the City of Keene zoning ordinances is unrelated to the federal definition. That's just what they call congregate housing, those types of group living situations, and there are different types of housing that would fall under that. So while it's the same term, congregate housing, it's two very different governments doing very different things with that definition. My point isn't, I'm not intimately aware of all the things that are happening in Durham where they're trying to enforce ordinances and the exact minutia of the different updates they've made to their zoning ordinances. What I'm speaking to is reasonable, responsible development and making sure that when there's a change of use, that communities have the tools to ensure that the proper infrastructure exists for that change of use, adequate parking spaces, the proper traffic pattern, the waste disposal, that those types of things can be included when they apply for the variance. And so it's not against students because anyone could live in a congregate living situation. This entire committee could decide it wants to live in a congregate living situation if it wants to, and you would have to go, depending on where it is. I know it would be an interesting house, wouldn't it? But you would have to go to your zoning board and apply for a variance if it was in an area that wasn't zoned for congregate living. So, that's the thing. It's not about students. It's about congregate living as a whole and making sure that municipalities are ensuring that these types of uses are done in zoning districts where it's reasonable to the people living in them, the people who own them, and the entire community as a whole.
And then I'll give up. So I didn't hear an answer to why the enforcing the noise ordinances wasn't the solution, but I'll move on to this change of use concept. And I'm really struggling to understand why what you continually call congregate housing, but we're saying that seems to be a totally different thing. And I don't know, Keene's not here with us today, so I can't speak for Keene, but this change of use, people living in a house is a residential use. All of this is residential. It's not a change of use. It's not, it's not commercial, right? It's people who need to live. And we're talking about these problematic behaviors, right? But the behavior that we're talking about here is living, just living, sleeping in a bedroom.
Representative, ask a question.
I think
we understand your.
How is it a change of use if we're not talking about people who need assistance, but we're talking about people sleeping in bedrooms? And how is that going to help the situation with your workforce housing when you're literally keeping people from accessing lower cost housing because you're saying that somehow living together where it's cheaper is a change of use when you're just living in a place.
Okay, so first let me address the first thing that you mentioned, which is zoning and occupancy ordinances. They exist to help limit the potential violations to noise, nuisance, trash, waste disposal, et cetera, those other ordinances, and it's expensive to try to enforce all those ordinances. So by making sure that these zoning districts, that the uses conform, it's to limit those things, and it's to limit the impact on other property owners who are going to be the ones, the ones who aren't living in the property that could be having these violations. They're the ones who call and get upset, and there's an expectation that their town reacts to, to their call and their request to enforce ordinances, and that's expensive. The goal of zoning ordinances is to prevent those things from happening. That and the health, safety, and that's where the general welfare part comes in. Now, regarding change of use, you could change the use to commercial if you're leasing it out, the space. In most situations, though, the change of use is because you've gone from a single family dwelling unit where everything that you need in the dwelling unit, the places where you sleep, your waste disposal, the kitchen, bathrooms, other amenities, your waste disposal, wastewater, and other waste, that's all part of the unit, right? It's like, so when you go to congregate living, though, there are shared communal spaces for using the bathroom. There are shared communal spaces for using the kitchen. It's like the difference between my house or someone's apartment and a college dorm. And municipalities have an interest in regulating that congregate living differently than regular regular dwelling units. They're just very different types of use. Yes, they're both used in a way where people are living and sleeping and eating and breathing and hanging out and doing their thing, studying, going to work, but the use is still different just by the very nature of how it's utilized and how the residency operates and the types of people who are in those types of congregate living situations. It's very distinct.
Okay, we've been going an hour and a half on this. I'm going to hope that if there's a question that hasn't been asked yet, I will also behave. But if there's a question that hasn't been asked yet, feel free to ask it. I don't want to limit anybody, but let's be cognizant of time. Representative Thaxton, go ahead.
I may have missed the answer to this question. Representative Reed asked you, why do your existing ordinances on trash collection, maintenance, et cetera, why do they not work on this type of housing?
They work So they work to the best of their ability, right? So obviously if someone's, congregate housing creates the kind of environment sometimes where, like any high density areas, where there's just additional waste and there's additional, people living closer together. So the noise impacts other people more. So the nature of it is that there will be more calls and it will be more administration. It will be more work for the municipality to be able to enforce its zoning ordinances. And sometimes there's an interest to not have congregate housing in a single family residential zone because, one, it's a totally different type of use, but two, to limit the number of ordinance violations so they don't have to be going out to the same property getting the same calls. And it's not just about students. I really want to make that clear too. It's about just the nature of the use being different and how it could impact the number of calls, the number of number of ordinance violations for those types of things. So I hope that answers your question. I just think the type of housing begets a possibility of, or increases the possibility of, ordinances being violated.
So follow up. So just so I'm clear, what you're really saying, what your answer boils down to, if I understand you correctly, is that this is not a matter of, it's not that your existing rules don't work, it's that you'd have to enforce them.
No, that's not my answer. My answer is that there would be more cases of violation and more needing to enforce them, and that creates stress and strain on municipalities.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I'll try and be as brief as I can. Okay, suppose I have a large 4-bedroom house and I have a husband and 6 children. That's 8 people living in a 4-bedroom house with 1 bathroom and 1 kitchen shared. And don't say that's impossible because that's how I grew up. Low-income people have to live that way all the time.
Yep.
Okay, then suppose I am a disabled person, never mind recovery housing, just any kind of disability. And I want to live with 7 other disabled people so we can help each other out in that same 4-bedroom house. How is that a change of use?
Because by having by having it exceed the amount of the unrelated parties or the unrelated people who are living there, you've now kind of kicked in where fire codes now come into play, and municipalities have an interest in saying, well, that's a congregate living situation now versus a single family residential dwelling. And by the very nature, as we kind of discussed, unrelated people, they behave differently, especially depending on what their lease agreements are, and that has an impact on the neighborhoods and the municipality and the zoning district. It would be, I mean, we'd be essentially saying with this bill that municipalities have zero interest in regulating congregate living situations when very clearly there's a. That's fine. When they clearly do have an interest to promote the general welfare, the safety, and the health of folks.
But never mind.
Follow
up. Thank you. Never mind what you call it. Okay. And for the moment, let's not think about the fire code, because remember, the number of people is the same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if there's going to be a fire, the number of people who are going to be burned down is the same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for practical purposes, regardless of what you call it, okay, whether you call it congregate housing or whatever you call it, how is that a change of use?
Because it's no longer single family residential, it's now congregate. Like, that's the very essence of what we're kind of discussing. And like, for example, congregate comes with because of the way it's used and because of the very nature of it. Like, for example, your family, I can assume growing up, didn't have a car for every single individual. But in many congregate living situations, it's ideal for people to each have a car because they're not all working at the same place, and it's not always feasible for them to all carpool together. So just by that very nature, if someone were to change their single-family dwelling unit to a congregate living situation, a ZBA, a zoning board of adjustment, might say, well, you need to make sure you increase your parking capacity. You might need to build a parking lot, and oh yeah, you need to make sure it meets the current traffic patterns. It becomes so much different than just, if I have a kid tomorrow, right, or if I have 10 kids tomorrow that I decide to adopt, me and my wife aren't going to have more than 2 cars. We're still going to have 2 cars, and our single-family residential home in our village district is zoned in a way where I have 2 parking spots that are on my property for me, and probably run into an issue in the future where I need to get a 3rd or a 4th car for kids if I had 10 of them. But still, the municipality is going to say, well, you can't park on the side of the road. And so just things like that, this bill doesn't consider, and it takes a tool away from municipalities to be able to have reasonable zoning regulations that help everyone coexist in a community.
Further, very brief follow-up.
Yes.
Thank you. But isn't that your assumption of how people are going to act? I mean, is that based on any kind of a study or any kind of demographic information? I've heard a lot of assumptions about how people act and how different kinds of people act, and I'm not sure how much basis it has.
I think by the very fact that these zoning ordinances exist is because of real world problems that happened in the municipalities where they said we need to find a way to regulate this so we can balance the needs of those who are trying to live in this style of housing and the needs of those in the community and the infrastructure capacity that exists in that community. So I have heard of real world examples in our cities, and I think Durham brought up some real world examples of how congregate housing is just different in nature than the residential use. Committee members are more than fine to disagree with this. I'm just representing our municipalities and what they've told me and what they have me share with you to the best of my ability. So
I think he's answered it as best as he can. Thank you. Representative Reinford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So who is it that is enforcing this by door knocking to see if Representative Alexander married 8 of his roommates or Representative Gibbs changed the people that are living with her to the disability community, or that the students actually have another college student move in? Who's actually doing the door knocking to enforce this?
Well, it's not like they're going around and knocking on every single door. So I don't want people to think that municipalities are basically like, hey, like your RA, like, hey, dorm check, how many people are in your dorm tonight? You know, it's past quiet hours. Like, that's not happening. But, you know, they get calls from people that say, hey, there's like 8 people living in this single family residence. None of them seem related. And they're parking all over the street, and they're parking in front of my house, or maybe they're parking in my driveway. So, you know, a code enforcement officer or someone from the fire department or someone from the planning department might go out and be like, hey, how many people are living in this residence who are unrelated? And then they might say, oh, it exceeds what's required in this residential district, or it might, you know, be in violation of fire code. And then they have to work with the property owner and those who are, you know, inhabiting the dwelling to figure out how to get them in compliance. And it's supposed to be a collaborative process.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So basically what you're saying, is what you're saying that basically taxpayers are paying for their own discrimination against their own people?
No, because there is no discrimination that's happening. It's just change of use. So the taxpayers are not funding any discrimination. The taxpayers are funding the enforcement of the voter-adopted zoning ordinances and respecting the will of the voters, the same voters who pay taxes. So,
Thank you.
So that would not be my interpretation. I'm sorry, Representative.
Representative Miles.
Thank you. I'm just would you believe that I'm wondering?
I would.
I'm wondering if there's any property owners in the zoning areas that are, you know, we're talking about today in this bill. I wonder if any of those property owners feel like this is an infringement on their property rights.
I would personally believe that they would go and vote for the zoning ordinances that they support to allow permitted uses, whether it's in their zones or others, that the community feels is most appropriate for making sure that people's health, safety, general welfare, and the balance of, you know, private property ownership rights and municipal requirements to help promote general welfare. So I think voting is the best way in dealing with this, and I think local control is the best way to allow for local public bodies, the legislative bodies, to decide what kinds of powers and what kinds of regulations their municipality is going to have to deal with these types of situations.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate it. Thank you for taking my question again. So what I've heard is that the reason that the ordinances around noise and garbage are not the solution to the problem is because it's expensive to do the enforcement. So my question is, do you believe that a university brings in lots of business into a community, that the students patronize the local businesses and entire businesses and districts of businesses pop up around the university, bringing in revenue to that town? And if you do believe that, as I do, why isn't the increased cost of enforcement the fair trade-off for that community that gets a benefit from that university?
Well, as I've previously mentioned, the zoning ordinances that exist, that when enforced and when abided by, they're supposed to limit all of those things, so then that investment can be made towards other things that are important to the community and growing the general welfare. Like, for example, education. I mean, you don't want to be funneling and remember, it's property taxes. So just because a lot of college students are going to a bar, a lot of that bar revenue, the business tax revenue, all of it actually goes to the state. It's just the property taxes and that assessed value. It does change with the real estate market, but it's not like all of a sudden, because a business is highly frequented by any population of people, that means that, you know, all of a sudden they're going to have to pay more property taxes. So the reality is that these towns are squeezed. They have very tight budgets. They're working their hardest to enforce existing ordinances, and zoning ordinances exist as a way to prevent these neighborly conflicts and to prevent these ordinance violations. And so they're trying their hardest to enforce them with the resources that they have, and the zoning ordinances exist. And the reason why the state law permits municipalities to have these zoning ordinances is to make it so then these other ordinances aren't constantly being violated, because there are people who are just in disagreement over, you know, even things like parking. Parking is such a big thing that in high density communities or high population communities gets people really at each other. So, you know, just making sure that there's adequate parking is
Thank
like...
Thank you for testifying on the bill regarding parking. We're going to keep it to the...
Well, I'm just...
the
but
bill
that's
that
an
we
aspect
have.
of this.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you. Patrick Sasso. And I just am reminded that to stay within 3 minutes if possible.
Good afternoon, honorable committee members. Good afternoon, honorable committee members. My name is Patrick Sasso. I am currently a sophomore at the University of New Hampshire. I am here today in support of House Bill 457. I'm here to talk about something that's affecting the students in Durham, which is zoning laws keeping rental prices artificially high. Rent prices are out of control and they average around $2,925 a month, which is about 50% higher than the national average. This is because of the student discrimination laws that allow only 3 unrelated people to live together in Durham. House Bill 457 is a simple fix. It gets rid of these outdated rules and lets landlords and tenants make their own decisions about housing, instead of the government deciding who can live where. It will make housing more affordable, help students, and give young professionals more options in a market that desperately needs it. But instead of supporting this much-needed change, the Durham Town Council is fighting to preserve traditional neighborhoods. This forces the assumption that students aren't a part of the community of Durham. We live, work, and contribute to this town just like everyone else. So I'm asking you today, vote OTP on HB 457, help us fix this broken system, support fair, affordable housing, and recognize that students, just like everyone else, deserve a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you for following directions and being a model member of society. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Are there questions for Mr. Sasso? Representative Bolio.
Thank you so much for your testimony. So in some of the other testimony I heard a lot of times college students referred to as kids, college kids. My question to you is, are you an adult legally, and are you capable of entering into contracts such as lease agreements?
I am legally an adult. I am 20 years old, and I believe that I am able to enter these agreements.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Elliot Booton. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable committee members. My name's Elliot Boone, and I'm here before you as a UNH student. And I'm here to advocate for House Bill 457, a bill that is essential to restoring fairness and affordability to Durham's student housing market. I want to share the story of my friend Mark Riggers, a sophomore at the University of New Hampshire, who, like many students, was blocked from securing off-campus housing last year to Durham's outdated and discriminatory zoning laws. Mark and a group of friends set out early to find private housing for their junior year. They planned, they budgeted, they searched through every available listing. Eventually, they found a house that seemed like the perfect fit, 4-bedroom home, close to campus and within their financial means. But when they went to close the deal, the landlord said they could only rent to 3 students due to Durham's 3 unrelated rule. Under this law, no more than 3 unrelated, well, we know all that. Either one person, the group had to face an impossible choice. Either one person had to drop out and find another group last minute, or they had to give up the house altogether. For Mark, this rule made housing unaffordable. Splitting rent 4 ways was within his budget, but dividing it by 3 made it impossible. The extra cost forced him and his friends to abandon their search for private housing and stay on campus, where the combination of dorm rent, meal plans, and parking permits often cost more than the off-campus housing itself. Mark's situation is not unique. It is happening to hundreds, if not thousands, of students every year. Durham's zoning laws artificially restrict housing supply near campus, driving up costs and making it harder for students to find reasonable living options. As Jeffrey Berlin pointed out in his recent op-ed, the economics of the rule are very clear. If you restrict supply but demand stays the same, prices go up. If more students are allowed to rent homes based on the number of bedrooms, not arbitrary zoning rules, rents would naturally decrease. Instead, these restrictions benefit wealthy landlords and large institutional property owners who profit from keeping housing options limited. Durham officials argue that they're just trying to preserve the character of the neighborhoods, like we've heard today. But let's be honest, it's not about noise complaints or safety. The town already has rules to handle these issues. This is about pushing the students out, making it hard for them to live affordably, and making the housing market closed off to those who need it most. It is fundamentally unfair that 4 working, responsible adults cannot legally rent a 4-bedroom home simply because they're students. If this rule was applied to any other demographic, young professionals, relocated workers, or military personnel, there would be immediate backlash. This is why House Bill 457 must pass. House Bill 457 would put an end to this discrimination and ensure that housing laws were based on fairness, non-outdated biases against students. It would open up the market, allowing students like Mark and many others to opportunity to live where they can afford rather than being forced in financial hardship or staying in overpriced campus housing. Students are a part of the community. We contribute to Durham's economy, its culture, and its future. It's time for Durham to stop treating students like outsiders and start treating them like the residents they are. Passing House Bill 457 isn't just about housing. It's about fairness, affordability, and the right to live where you can afford. I urge you to support House Bill 457. Let's fix this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Booton. Questions? Representative Miles and Representative Howland.
Thank you. At the beginning, can you just clarify? Did you say that the property owner wanted to rent to the four,
He
but
did.
his property rights were infringed upon?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's a great question. Representative Howland.
Did you speak out when UNH then, because you're talking about affordability, but UNH then passed a requirement that made sophomores live on campus. So did you speak out against UNH for the extra cost that it would impose upon students, making it less affordable then?
I was not on campus at that point, so I wasn't able to do it.
Good follow-up.
But I would have.
Just to follow up, so since you are on campus now, are you active in speaking out against UNH about the increased requirement because it's increasing the cost to students?
I would, yes. Well, okay, that comes back to the freshman sophomore rule. I believe in free market housing. I believe in just ending discrimination policies based on just an arbitrary relationship rule. Just the fact that we're unrelated doesn't mean the requirements change for the house itself. If the safety's there, the fire safety's there, there's like no reason if the landlord himself agrees to renting to that status. People are people.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Putin. Sarah Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm with Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 457, which seeks to prohibit local zoning ordinances from limiting the number of occupants in a dwelling unit to fewer than 2 per bedroom and from restricting occupancy based on familial status. As was mentioned recently, these regulations infringe upon property owners' rights to utilize the property as they see fit and often lead to increased housing costs by artificially limiting housing availability. By removing these constraints, property owners will have greater freedom and the housing market can better respond to the diverse needs of our community. New Hampshire faces a significant challenge in retaining young people. Many are leaving due to high housing costs and limited availability, partly driven by restrictive zoning laws. I grew up in New Hampshire and watched as many of my childhood friends and friends from college were forced to leave the state due to the high cost of housing. This is something that my family is facing right now, as one of my sisters who stayed in New Hampshire for college and planned to stay here after is now looking at the housing market and realizing that even with a job, she can't afford rent on her own. I think the days of having one roommate and being able to afford rent are over, and there are a lot of young people that are graduating and still looking for jobs or taking lower paying jobs that are not able to afford rent. By easing the restrictive regulations through HB 457, we can increase housing options and affordability, making our state more attractive to young professionals and college students. And this not only helps retain our youth, but stimulates economic growth and community vitality. So we think this is a crucial step forward and urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Ms. Scott? Seeing none, thank you. Samuel Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, Samuel Hooper with the Institute for Justice, speaking in support of this bill. I believe that the co-sponsor jokingly referred to the bill as the frat house bill, which, and obviously there is a strong student valence, but one could also call it, I suppose, the sitcom bill. And we think of all our favorites, Friends, Big Bang Theory, How I Met Your Mother, Golden Girls, all of them, perhaps idealized versions of American life at certain times, and all of them depicting people at different stages and phases of life, utilizing housing as they see best, whether it's for companionship, to save money, to combat the loneliness epidemic, things that were as relevant in the 1970s as they are now, but a lot more now, given the house prices are a lot more expensive. I wanted to talk just a little bit about the legal part of this, because I think the moral question, the free market question, and the housing crisis elements have all been discussed quite a lot. So I would just like to talk about the fact that legally, restrictions on roommate agreements are generally disfavored in the courts. It varies circuit by circuit. In the Ninth Circuit, though, there was quite a compelling statement made in the case Fair Housing Council of San Fernando Valley versus Roommate.com, where the court said the right of intimate association isn't restricted exclusively to family, and the roommate relationship easily qualifies. And while the Supreme Court has generally it hasn't looked at the question for a while, but has in the past upheld restrictions on the number of unrelated people living together. It has also cracked down on unduly narrow definitions of what actually constitutes a family. And I provided some citations in my written testimony that I'll submit to the committee as well. Generally speaking, House Bill 457 is a good step toward preserving and restoring property rights, which we strongly support, and promoting free market housing solutions, avoiding the need for kind of more heavy-handed government intervention. I did want to just rebut one piece of testimony from a previous witness talking about the fact that if you have more density and you allow this kind of housing, then it can increase the cost of providing services. And I think, waste collection and garbage collection was one thing that was discussed. In fact, adding density can lower those costs because it tends to be more expensive, and studies do bear this out, to have to spread all of your utilities, whether it's sewage, power, telecoms, garbage collection, over a wider area. And that's what you're doing. If you prevent people from being able to live where they want to live in walkable areas, particularly students, but not only students, then you're forcing them to the periphery, where it then becomes necessary to have more cars. It creates more traffic and involves more maintenance costs for all of the infrastructure. So I think in the long run, and in the short run as well, actually, it's more beneficial to allow, through just basic property rights, people to live where they want to live in the manner that best suits them, where they're not causing a nuisance to anyone else. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to testify. This is the last time I will trouble you today, but the Institute for Justice very strongly supports House Bill 457, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Hooper? Seeing none, thank you very much. And the last speaker I have is Nick Norman. Welcome back. It's been a few
Thank you for
weeks.
being back. I haven't been here in, I don't know, a week. I skipped the introduction. We're short on time. I'm sure you know me well. We're here to support this bill. We think it would infringe property rights to not be able to rent to unrelated people. Just a couple points that I agree so much with. People are people. In today's world, there's so many different ways that people live and lifestyles they live and the types of people that they are. We see no reason to restrict housing based on familial status and whether people are related or not. I like the example of you have, okay, so it's okay now to have 8 people in a 4-bedroom if each couple is married, but it's not okay if they're not. The whole thing just doesn't make sense. As property owners and housing providers, sometimes we get people coming to us that we got a 2-bedroom available. It's 2 couples, adult couples, and they might not be married, but we see no reason. Why would we restrict that rental? Maybe they're together because they're trying to save costs. It's expensive. And that's one of the ways they can do it. And maybe they've been great friends for a long time. I like some of the examples that Gibbs, as Representative Gibbs gave of people living together in a supportive environment. There's just no reason to see these restrictions. What else did I want to say quickly? it's too much government interference, don't you think? Government comes in to say, you can't stay here because we don't like your lifestyle, your relationship. There's just way too many. There's many types of people, and students come in all kind of variety, right? There's people that are quiet and focused and delightful to be around, and some that cause problems. So yes, I think we should have the laws that already exist for trash and disturbance and so forth be enforced. That's the solution. I guess that's really all I want to say. We're in support of the bill as written, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Representative Kerwin.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we're talking about student housing in this bill, but taking your philosophy, would you then apply that to sober homes, halfway houses, other group homes, and boarding houses? Because they're sort of
I see
falling under
no
the same.
reason to have restrictions based on familial. First of all, it's got to be illegal. It's discriminatory to say you're going to discriminate based on familial status, based on the relationship. So yeah, I think all of the possibilities should be open. We should have all possibilities open, especially now in this housing issue that we have. You know, why tighten it up and make it more restrict? We need to loosen things and get more housing options available. It's certainly not government's business to put their nose in people's private lives. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 457? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, 256. And I'm going to immediately open up the public hearing on HB 465. And I want to recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Wade. Welcome. And I only have one pink card for this bill. If there's other ones, please hand them up so I know what we're dealing with.
That's all right. I know it's a boring one, so
I don't know about that.
expected, but yeah, we'll see. All righty. Well, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm Alice Wade. I represent Dover Ward 2 and Stratford County 15, and I'm the prime sponsor of this bill and here to introduce it today. So the goal of this bill is to take the existing Housing Opportunity Zone program and basically clarify a lot of existing language that's pretty vague, that's made it difficult to implement, and make it more effective for municipalities to use as a tool to incentivize more affordable housing development in their communities. So overall, the goal is just to improve this program for municipalities, for landlords, and for tenants to make it more adaptable for different communities' needs. So this program is within RSA 79E, and basically how it works is if you have a property that falls under one of the requirements for this program, so it might be renovating a historic property that's kind of fallen into disrepair, or maybe it's improving a property to make it more flood resilience, converting office buildings to residential space, and the particularly important one in this case is affordable housing. So if you are a developer, you want to make more affordable housing, if you apply for this program, what you can do is you can designate a certain number of those units as affordable to somebody making 80% or less of the area median income. And if you do that, and the municipality grants your request, then it will freeze your property value at the current rate. And basically the additional developments that you make will be frozen for a certain number of years determined by the municipality. So it's basically a trade-off. So a municipality temporarily forgoes that additional tax revenue from the increase in property value as a trade-off to develop affordable housing and to improve infrastructure. So yeah, that's how the existing program works. However, the language for the affordable housing section is very, very open-ended. So All it says is that no less than 1/3 of the current of the housing units constructed shall be designated for households with an income of 80% or less of the area median income. So that's the whole thing. So it says nothing about what happens when somebody starts making more than 80%. How frequently do you verify income of those tenants? And all of those sort of additional guidelines, there's nothing about that anywhere at all. So that's left this program very open-ended for municipalities. And I've been told personally by the Dover Housing Coordinator, or the former Dover Housing Coordinator, that one of the reasons that Dover didn't adopt this is just because you don't have any guidelines on how to actually implement this. So yeah, this bill does not change the income requirement. It does not change anything in regards to zoning of where these can go, or it's all still controlled by the town. But what it does is it kind of gives these guardrails in place and this guidance for things like income verification. So to start off, there was a question in regards to how frequently do you verify a tenant's income? Do you verify it annually? Because you want quick turnover of the program if somebody starts making enough money that they can sustain themselves without this affordable housing? Do you want quick turnover so that unit can then go to somebody who needs it more? The other option is you would only verify when they sign the lease and then just let them stay in that unit so long as they're in good standing and the unit is still priced affordably. I reached out to a number of different people across the aisle and different municipalities to kind of get their perspective on what they thought the right answer was, and I got a whole range of different answers, which is exactly why I didn't want to specify a specific annual verification or infrequent verification, because the thing is, it takes a lot of time for municipalities to track down this information, for landlords to make sure they have it all in order, and for tenants. So smaller municipalities might struggle to verify a lot of these units annually over and over again. So they might say, we'd love to have affordable housing, we'd love to encourage more developers here using this program, but we just don't have the staff to verify that frequently. And bigger communities were saying, oh, we have the staff, we can do this, and we want quick turnover so we can make sure this goes to the people who need it. So that's why in this bill that I'm proposing, there's a lower bound and there's an upper bound. So you can basically choose to verify once during the initial lease signing, or you can choose to do annually. And that's totally up for the municipalities to decide. Just because I didn't think a one-size approach made sense here. So the other thing that this does is it clarifies the question of what happens if you start making 81% of area median income. Current statute, do you get evicted immediately? How does that whole process work? There's nothing at all explaining that. So what this does is it adds a bit of a grace period to say, if you no longer qualify under the income portion, you have 1 year where you can just continue signing your lease. And that's just to allow them to find alternative housing. And that grace period, it doesn't say that you can't be evicted at all. It just says you aren't ineligible to renew your lease because of this program. Because obviously, if you have a bad tenant, you should still be able to evict them when, under other statutes. But this is just saying if they're in good standing, if their landlord likes them, if they want to continue living there, they can just keep renewing their lease if they so choose. The last thing is expanding the eligibility of this to ADUs. So the thought process there is ADUs are often smaller landlords. They might not want the hassle of going through the paperwork of verifying their tenant's income over and over again, and it can also be difficult to scout out for that lower income tenant in the first place. So the thought is that so long as that ADU landlord prices the unit affordably, then you don't have to, like, anybody can stay in that unit. You don't need to verify their income, and that's just to increase the overall supply of affordable housing, because everybody could use a bit more of that right now. But yeah, so that's the overall summary of the changes in this law. You know, we're in the midst of a housing crisis, as I'm sure you all on the committee here know. And this just tries to improve this existing program, give municipalities an extra tool that's a bit more flexible. But yeah, so I urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 465, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the program.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions for Representative Wade? Representative Howland, and then Representative Gibbs.
I just have a quick one. The way I read it, so the 80%, the designation of the units that are designed for 80% of AMI, what we're really verifying is that that's establishing the rental rate. And so the verification program is really to verify that the rental rate has remained the same, that it still qualifies, because we as a municipality just gave you a tax break. So we want to make sure that we're getting what we paid for.
Correct.
So it's not, so at least the way we're looking at it, although we haven't put one together, but it's in our workforce overlay. The verification is really the apartment rent, not the income of the renter. Is that what you're looking to fix?
I will say, to my understanding and to the Dover Housing Coordinator's understanding, is that the verification, because the existing statute says designated for individuals making 80% or less, they interpreted that, and I believe the New Hampshire Municipal Organization interpreted that to mean that you have to verify tenant income to make sure that they make below 80%. So 80% is used both to calculate the rental rate, the maximum rental rate of a property under this program, and also to verify tenant income, to my understanding. Yeah, so I had not heard that was another. So that's part of the reason this law is super, super vague. And part of the reason I think we really need to make some of these improvements. So I'm happy to help with an amendment if that would be.
I was just going to say, would you be open to an amendment to fixing that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And on the note of amendments, if I may, real quick, there was one thing that came up after I had submitted this, which is the idea of if you expand this to ADUs, you know, I don't want it to freeze the property valuation on the entire property. I basically want to consider it as if, imagine an appraiser goes to you and they'll just pretend there's no ADU on the home. If you make other renovations to the primary residence, that I don't think should be frozen as part of this program. I think it should just be the ADU itself that counts towards that freeze. But yeah, so if we're going to amend it, I'd be happy to fix that too.
All right.
But yeah.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be sure I understand this, is it then up to the town if someone, if they do periodic income verification and someone's income changes so that they now make above the 80%, is it then up to the town to make a policy as to whether that tenant would have to leave or can renew the lease and stay?
Yeah, so the idea behind the grace period was to say, currently there's nothing about what happens if somebody starts making more than that. And in my mind, I wouldn't want somebody to make 81%. So they're still not making much money, and then immediately be evicted and they can't find alternative housing. I don't think that's fair to the landlord, the tenant, or the municipality, or anybody involved if they're otherwise in good standing. So what the grace period does is all it says is you can renew your lease for that 1 year. And after that is when you'd be ineligible to renew your lease under this type of property.
Follow-up question?
Yep.
What about home ownership unit? If somebody buys one of these houses that is intended for people who make below 80% of the median income, what happens to them if their income now increases? Are they required to sell their house?
Sorry. So this applies to renters, if I'm understanding right. So are you saying if the owner of the property changes?
No, it doesn't seem to make a differentiation between rental and home ownership units. It's not clear that
so
it
the-
applies only to rental units.
Yeah. So this program is saying that the rental rate, so it's meant for things like rental units and apartments. It's not meant for housing. It's saying that the rental rate is fixed at that 80% area median income affordable guidelines, which is done by that Federal Housing Authority.
That needs to be clarified.
Okay.
Representative Thaxton.
So just 79E is an extensive law and covers a lot of things. With reference to Representative Gibbs' question, my understanding is that what you're proposing here only applies to those situations where a town has adopted 79E, which most towns have not.
Yeah.
And where a specific tax exemption has been obtained for providing renovated housing spaces to people whose income is at or below 80% of the median or whatever you're.
Correct. So
But wouldn't apply to, if the property transfers, if you do that and then I buy it from you and those tenants remain, it has no impact on the tax deferral.
To the best of my understanding, yes. But I haven't explored that case in too much detail. Where the
But
landlord changes.
my question to clarify for Representative Gibbs' purposes and my own is that what we are talking about is only in the limited section of the law that applies to tax benefits obtained by providing housing to renovated housing to people at 80% or below the poverty level.
Exactly. So all of these changes are only applicable to 79E-4C, which is the Housing Opportunity Zone program within the broader 79E statute. Yeah. So that's, yeah. So yes, you're right in understanding that.
All right, other questions, Representative Wade? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Nick Taylor, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'll be brief. I'm Nick Taylor, the Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. There were a couple questions on the 79E program, so figured I would speak up. A couple points around the income verification question. There are some municipalities that use HUD's fair market rate when they're looking at their affordability statutes. This is what Durham is looking at. This is what Dover does. There are other communities and state law which use the area median income, which are slightly different. They're very similar numbers, but they are different in terms of what is being measured. The HUD fair market rate typically sticks with the rental unit, as you were talking about, where the area median income sticks with the person. And so that's where there's been some question about whether the unit price versus the income that someone is earning is the best sort of barometer and policy decision for which you were going to give your trade-off to. So I would just say from Housing Action's perspective, we appreciate the intent here. We support the bill. We think the flexibility around ADUs, especially without verifying, it's expensive, it's difficult, makes tons of sense. We generally support the unit rather than the income qualifying piece, just because it is really tough to verify. It can disincentivize work when folks are doing well, but they earn a couple extra dollars per hour, then it forces them out of a unit, and I don't think folks want that. So extending this from even a year to in perpetuity, I think would be fine because folks move on in different stages of their life. And the 79E question, you're exactly right that a lot of communities do not use the housing opportunity zone element of 79E. They use the community redevelopment section of 79E, which is really made for like downtowns. And so that's where a lot of the apartment buildings that use 79E come in, not the housing opportunity zone program, which is still relatively new. Hopefully that answered a couple questions.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else that's here to testify on HB 465? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 314. We're running a little bit behind. I know Representative Howland had noticed a subcommittee, but I think there's a couple bills that I want to exec. We have a full committee here. So I'm just going to briefly recess and ask the Republicans to meet me in the office real quick and we'll chat. The four bills that I want to get out of committee today are HB 383, 459, 577, and 685. Okay, so I will we'll be in recess till 3:30.
Can I ask the non-legislative members to leave the room as we will
Can you hear me, Meryl? Okay. As
All right. I'm gonna do Okay, so I'm going to open up we're back, Committee on Housing. I'm going to open up the executive session on HB 459, and I'm going to recognize myself for a motion. I move that we retain House Bill 459. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Representative Page. Quick discussion. I think there's a lot of great merits to the bill. I think there's another bill that is making its way through the body that we shall not name. But I think I'd like to see both of those bills in one spot where the Committee on Housing that is tasked to deal with this can deal with this. So I'm going to retain it and kind of see what the other body does with their version of the bill. Is there any other discussion on that? All right, great. Representative Reinford, call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole, not here. Representative Thaxton? Yes. Representative Aaron?
Yes.
Representative Bollier?
Yes.
Representative Dumont?
Yes.
Representative Grant?
Yes.
Representative Miles?
Yes.
Representative Minor?
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page?
Yes.
Representative Boras?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Gibbs?
Yes.
Representative Hicks?
Yes.
Representative Howland?
Yes.
Representative Hegner?
Yes.
Representative Kerwin?
Yes.
Chairman Alexander?
So motion carries 17-0. So that will be retained over the summer. All right. I'm going to open up the executive session on HB 383, and I'm going to recognize Representative Dumont for a motion.
Make a motion to ITL 383.
Is there a second?
I second.
Representative Aaron seconds it. Any discussion on this? Representative Dumont?
No, just from the testimony that we heard today and in reading the bill, I think it gives a small minority a majority say, and I think that the way that it's written is unworkable.
Representative Aaron, all set?
Yes, I agree with that sentiment.
Any other discussion on HB 383? All right, seeing none, I'm Representative Reinford. Call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cole, not here. Representative Thaxton?
Yes.
Representative Aaron?
Yes.
Representative Bollier?
Yes.
Representative Dumont?
Yes.
Representative Grant?
Yes.
Representative Miles?
Yes.
Representative Minor?
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page?
Yes.
Representative Boras?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Gibbs?
Yes.
Representative Hicks?
Yes.
Representative Howland?
Yes.
Representative Hegner?
Yes.
Representative Kerwin?
Yes.
Chairman Alexander?
Yes. The motion carries 17-0 to 1. Representative Dumont, if you could write the majority report. Is there any objection to this going on consent? All right. Seeing none, this bill is going to be on consent. And if you can get me the report in the next few days or so, that'd be great. That's going to be that'll be on the, these bills will be on the calendar for the March 6th session. So we have a little bit of time on that. All right. Next bill, I want to open up the executive session on HB 577.
Aye. would like to make a motion.
All right.
I
Representative
would like
Reed.
to move OTP on this phenomenal ADU bill.
All right. Motion by Representative Reed. Is there a second? I'll second. I will now move amendment number 0449H. Representative Cole, would you like to second that?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay. So this amendment, real quick, this amendment deals with a lot of the things that we spoke about during the work session. It does a few things. It makes sure that the municipalities cannot restrict ADUs to less than 750 square feet, which is already an existing law. It adds that back in. It also gives municipalities the right to regulate if an owner occupies one of the existing ADUs, which I think is a key component to allowing municipalities discretion in this. But it really goes a long way, I think, in helping move the housing crisis. And I think that I think the amendment will enhance the bill and hopefully get it over the finish line, at least through the House. Is there any discussion on the amendment at all? Okay. Is a show of hands okay with the amendment? All right. All those, hold on. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of amendment number 0449H, please raise your hand now. Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, the amendment's adopted. Now we're on to the motion of OTPA, which I made and Representative Cole second. No, Reed made the initial motion. All right, discussion on this bill. Don't all speak up at once.
Mr. Chair,
All right, Representative Reed.
I support this bill as amended. I think it could do a lot more, but we get what we get. And so something's better than nothing.
Wow, okay, great. All right, Representative Bolio.
I'd just like to echo Representative Reed's comments, and I also wish that we could have gone a little bit further, but I think this is a step in the right direction.
That'll be a really interesting bill to hear. I'm excited for it. Okay. Seeing no other comments, I'm going to have the clerk call the roll. The motion is OTPA with amendment number 0449H.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Boras,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. All right, motion carries 18-0. Any objection to this bill going on consent? All right, seeing none, this is going to go on consent, and I'll write the majority report for that. Huh? Oh, do you have a green sheet over there? Are you okay? Good. Okay. All right. Briefly, I'm gonna. Okay. All right. I'm gonna open up the executive session on HB 685, and I'm gonna recognize myself for a motion of ought to pass. Representative Grant, would you like to second that? Second by Representative Grant. And now I'm going to move amendment 0392H. Representative Grant, would you like to second that? Perfect. Seconded by Representative Grant. So real quickly, this amendment, again, does things that I addressed during the work session. First of all, it keeps the main, which is the heart of the bill, Section 1, really puts a key definition of manufactured housing, makes sure it's a permanent chassis. It's connected to existing utilities, plumbing, heating, electrical, but it's just built somewhere else and shipped in. So that's really is the crux of that. I think that there's no reason why that shouldn't be allowed as a house on any property. I think it's a key solution to the housing crisis because it allows for smaller houses and some more affordable houses on existing properties. The amendment moves out the effective date, allows municipalities a little more time to amend their zoning ordinances, and allows for non-discrimination against manufactured housing. Representative Hicks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish Representative Reed was here to hear me say this, but I think this is a great bill to start to change the narrative about what type of housing is allowed, or I should say preferred, in certain neighborhoods, in certain towns in New Hampshire. And it's about time we did this.
Thank you. Other comments? Representative Gibbs.
Am I correct in understanding that the main substantive difference between the amendment and the original bill is the elimination of the reference to the Department of Housing and Urban Development?
Yes.
Thank you.
We don't have a state department, and I don't like relying on the federal government.
I don't think the Federal Housing Department of Housing and Urban Development would be interested in doing that anyway.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. That's our HUD spokesman over there. All right. Any other comments? Is a show of hands for the amendment okay? All right. All those in favor of amendment 2025-0392 and H, please raise your hand now. Those opposed? Abstentions? Amendment carries 1701. All right. So the motion is ought to pass as amended. With the amendment being adopted, that's 0392H. Representative Alexander makes the motion. Second by Representative Grant. Any more discussion? Do you want me to wait? All right. So will the clerk call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Boras,
Yes.
Representative Reed, not here. Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Motion carries 1701. Is there any objection with this going on consent? All right. Seeing none, it's going to go on consent, and I'll write the report for that. That's all I had for executive session for these four bills. We will not be meeting next week. I will be away in a sunnier, warmer place. Oh, yep. I wanted to appoint a subcommittee on HB 410, which is Representative Reed's bill. The chair of that subcommittee will be Representative Reed, and these five reps will also serve on this: Representative Hicks, Representative Howland, Representative Thaxton, Representative Bolio, and Representative Aaron. Representative Reed, you have to notice it 24 hours ahead of time. I'd confer with your members. They also might be away. So, it's not an early bill, so the bill is not due out until the 20th, but really the 18th would be the last day we're going to discuss that. Okay. Now we have nothing really left other than Representative Howland has a subcommittee. So you can take as long or as short as you'd like, but I'm going to adjourn the full housing committee and give you opportunity to get together. Thank you, everyone.
What was the vote on 383? I just need to know that.
You were here. It was 17-0.
To ITL, right?
Yep.